Hola, buenos días, bienvenidos a esta tercera
Good
jornada
morning,
del
everyone,
simposio anual
and
de
welcome to the third
ciberdeforestation.
day of the
En los
fifth
últimos días hemos
annual
estado
seminar
hablando
on
sobre
forest
los
monitoring.
efectos
Over the
del
last few days,
fosfato
we've been
en
talking
la
about
degradación.
monitoring of forest and
Conversaciones que
carbon
están disponibles
and
aquí en el canal de
the
YouTube
forest
de la EDA.
inventory.
Así que a los que no pudieron acompañarnos
Those
este
of you
día,
who were
los
not able
invitamos
to
a
join
pasar
us
por
in the
nuestras
2 first
redes.
days,
Juan
you can
Pablo,
still
buenos
watch
días.
us on social networks. Juan Pablo, good morning.
Muy buenos días, Angie. Muy buenos días a todas las
Good
personas
morning,
que se
Angie,
conectan
and
en
good
este
morning to all
instante.
those of you who are
Ya
joining
faltan
you.
4 minutos.
As we speak, it is
Gracias por
8:04.
volver a conectarse hoy en esta tercera jornada de
Thank you for
simposio
joining us
anual.
again for this
Recordarles
third
que pueden
day
participar
of
durante
work
hoy
and
también y
sessions.
pueden
Let me
enviarnos
remind you
sus
that
mensajes,
today you can
sus
send our
preguntas o si
comments,
quieren
your
contarnos
comments,
a
your
redes
questions
sociales con el numeral
on
Seminario
social
Monitoreo
networks with
Forestal.
hashtag Seminario
Hoy vamos a
Monitoreo
hablar
Forestal.
de varios temas. Uno de ellos
Today,
es la
we will be talking about a
importancia de
number
la
of things.
participación de las
Amongst
comunidades
them, how
en
important it is
diferentes
for communities to
iniciativas para
participate
comunicar
in
la
different
reducción de la
initiatives that seek
deforestación
to bring
en el
down
ambiente
deforestation
nacional
levels,
y en el nivel
initiatives
internacional.
at the
Estos
local level
éxitos
and at the
buscan
international level.
reducir la
These
deforestación en el
initiatives
mundo y por
want to
supuesto
bring down
también
deforestation
hablaremos
across the
sobre
globe. We will be talking
alternativas
about this.
de
We will be
conservación
talking
y
about
protección.
alternatives to
Para eso
managing
tenemos
and
unos
conserving
invitados
our
de lujo,
forests.
a unos invitados
For
que
that,
vienen a
we
continuación y
have
les recordamos
wonderful
que
guest speakers and
para
presenters
YouTube
today.
habrá un enlace en el cual ustedes se
On
pueden
our YouTube
inscribir
chat,
y les vamos a enviar
you
el enlace
can register,
directo durante
and
3 días las presentaciones
by
desde
doing
muy
so, you will
temprano
be
y después
receiving
comenzar
information on
pues
all
bien
3 days of the
temprano
event,
y escuchar
including
a continuación a
recordings
Milagros
or links
Sandoval,
to recordings.
quien es
Without
directora de
further ado,
investigación del
we are now
Instituto
ready for
Nacional
Ms.
de
Milagro
Geología del
Sandoval,
Perú.
who is a
También saludos y
GHI
agradecemos a
researcher
Freddy Argotti,
in
coordinador
Peru.
de la actualización del nivel de referencia de emisiones forestales de ONU Red. Bienvenidos
We will also hear from Nelson Lozano.
Buenos días, Juan Pablo, buenos días. Muchísimas gracias por la
Good
invitación.
morning, Juan Pablo, and good morning,
Comentar
everybody. Thank
muchísimo
you
que
so much
estamos
for
aquí
the
para contar un
invitation.
poquito los
And thank you
resultados
for
de
having
lo que
us
estamos
with you
haciendo
this morning to tell you a bit
desde
about what
la
we do
Organización
in Peru in
Internacional
that
de
regard.
Forestales.
And we're so happy to be able to share that
a
with
usted
you.
mil gracias por atender la invitación y
Juan
tiene
Pablo
usted
speaking. Thank you for joining us.
Muchas
You
gracias.
have the
Pues
floor, Milagros.
vamos a compartir esta presentación con
Milagros
Freddy
speaking.
Argote, el
Very well.
coordinador del nivel de referencia
Myself and
en
Mr.
Perú.
Argo, who is a coordinator in
Este
Peru,
proceso de
we will be sharing
referenciamiento
this
específico desde
presentation with you
la
this morning.
Responsable de
He works at the
Desertificación.
Ministry of the Environment at the
Muchas
Climate
gracias.
Change
Si les
Office and
parece bien, creo
Mitigation.
que ustedes nos apoyarían con la presentación.
You will be sharing screen, is that correct?
Perfecto.
Excellent.
Muchísimas gracias. Entonces empecemos. Bueno, nuevamente agradecerles por la invitación.
Very well. Again, I'd like to
Bueno,
thank you for
la idea
this
de esta
invitation.
presentación es comentarles
What
un
we want to
poquito
do this morning is to
lo
share
que
with you
estamos
a
haciendo en el
bit
país
about the progress that we have been making in the
relacionado con
country
temas
as
de
regards
cobertura forestal,
monitoring the forest
enfocado
coverage,
específicamente en lo que estamos haciendo relacionado a deforestación y los avances también que
focused
hemos
specifically
realizado
on what
para
we do to
mitigar
mitigate
estos efectos.
deforestation and
Como mencioné anteriormente,
degradation.
la presentación la voy a compartir con mi colega Freddy Argotti.
As I
Él
said,
podría empezar
Freddie
ya
Argotti will be
con
joining me this morning in this presentation.
generales que nos gustaría explicar durante esta presentación. Siguiente, por favor.
Next slide, please.
Este gráfico, que seguramente muchos de ustedes lo conocen, el siguiente.
Next slide, please.
La siguiente, o no veo que haya pasado la siguiente. Perfecto. Este gráfico seguramente muchos de ustedes lo conocen.
Many of you are probably familiar with this image, which explains how forest monitoring has evolved over time. It's a bit of a timeline, and it certainly applies to Peru's case, mostly focused on the logging industry. And the logging industry is indeed still being monitored, but now monitoring efforts have evolved and monitor other aspects related to species,
nivel internacional y también a aterrizar estas discusiones del nivel internacional a nivel nacional en lo que es
And
el proceso de Red
it
Más.
also talks about, this timeline talks about the RED Plus network, which fosters robust monitoring systems for the countries that have joined the network. After the Paris Agreement, monitoring now focuses on national contributions, what we have called in Peru. So, and we have given it a different name. We call it the NDCs, and people are more familiar with that term. And of course, we, as everything, we are sure that this will continue to evolve. Thank you. Next slide. Here, I give you a general overview of the national forest systems in Peru, made up of 3 different components. The first component has to do with terrestrial satellite monitoring. The second has to do with the National Forest Inventory, and the third with the GEI inventory. What I'd like to point out is that these 3 components that are part of our forest monitoring system are managed by different institutions. On the one hand, the Forest Conservation Institute or program, then the Fauna and Flora Forest Service, and third, the General Office for Climate Change and Desertification. Why is it important to point this structure out? Well, because there need to be institutional arrangements in place so that the system may work. Beyond specific mandates for each one of the institutions that are in charge of these different components, there has to be an institutional arrangement to make sure that the process works. And this arrangement is provided by our law on climate change. Now I will tell you a bit about our benchmark level for forest emissions. On updating the benchmark level, also known as NREF. Well, this requires collaboration, cooperation, and coordination between different stakeholders. Now, this includes, of course, not just the competent authorities, but also different stakeholders at the regional level, at the state level, so that we may all together move forward with the process. Some aspects are quite technical, which poses a challenge. But again, this is the updating effort of the first benchmark level, which was sent to the UNFCCC. And we also have the support of collaborators and partners internationally, which have a great deal of experience in this regard. As you can see on the slide, the forest program contributed inputs regarding data related to the annual forest cover loss, which they have been able to acquire through their monitoring efforts. And on the other hand, we have what we call the inventory, which we call SER4, which has also contributed its inputs and measurements. With this benchmark information, what the technical team is, they have come together and they have set the benchmark, and we have sent that benchmark to the framework, to the Commission of the UNFCCC. Quickly, I'd like to mention that this benchmark was built thanks to lessons learned through meetings with other countries in the region. There were a number of meetings to be able to understand processes in other countries. Thanks to those meetings, we were able to learn about the experiences in Colombia, Mexico, and Guatemala. And we have also had the support of experts at the national level and experts at the international level as regards forest monitoring. Their support has been vital to be able to achieve this measurement.
Siguiente, por favor.
Next slide, please. Before talking about the main improvements that we achieved thanks to this benchmark level, it's important to mention the following. In order to build the benchmark level or baseline, we worked based on the 4 principles of the intergovernmental panel related to transparency, rigorousness, coherence, and accuracy. This has meant challenges regarding inputs, methodologies, and data analysis, as you will see in the explanation that my colleague will give us. Next slide, please. Now, with this preface, I now yield to my colleague, Freddy Argotti, so he can present the main improvements achieved through updating the NREF. Thank you so much. Freddy, you have the floor. This is Freddy speaking. Thank you, Milagros. And thank you for having me, everyone. Now, having seen the principles as set forth by the UNFCCC, as Milagros mentioned, we ran into a number of challenges. And at the time, we wouldn't be able to fix all of those hurdles in order to be able to set the benchmark level or the base level. So that is why we took into account what the convention experts recommended at the time. We're going to see what those recommendations were. The experts talked about harmonizing the definition of forests. So for the first benchmark level or baseline level, we are talking about canopy coverage and height and the minimum area. This minimum area is 900 meters or a Lancet pixel. Now, for the baseline, we have considered that the minimum area is a half hectare, height is 5 meters, and coverage is 30%. And this definition is in line with our forest and fauna law and our inventory. As you can see on this graph, a great number of the countries that have presented their benchmark levels or baselines adhere to this same definition that I have just described for Peru. As regards Amazon forests. Now, Milagros mentioned this too. There were a number of exchanges with countries in the region and international experts in order to update our baseline and or benchmark. And that's how we had to change the go from pixel counting to systematic sampling, which is based on interpreting high definition images over time. This approach is endorsed by the Intergovernmental Climate Change Panel. And it is also endorsed by the World Bank, FAO, and other institutions. Systematic sampling has been implemented by different countries, and according to an FAO report from a few years back, the countries that are using this approach have chosen to do so because it's very robust from a statistical standpoint. It can be replicated in the short term, and the results can be controlled and supervised. Next slide, please. Now, in order for us to be able to implement this methodology in Peru, we used the maps that Milagros mentioned, produced by the National Program for Forest Conservation. We have divided the Amazon region in 4 different areas and the different types: forest, no forest, and accumulated cover loss. So we measured each one of these classes or categories, and then we calculated their coefficient in each one of the hypo zones, as we call them. Now, the sample size we were able to achieve was of 38,538 plots of land, 1 hectare in size, distributed along 5 kilometers. With this distribution, we were able to run some of the measurements, and where we didn't have that optimal size, we had to intensify the sample. It's important to point out that we think this distribution should be 5 kilometers in extension for the entire Amazon, and this may help us coordinate so that different projects and efforts can be streamlined and can use the systematic sampling for more trustworthy data.
Once we have defined the size of the sampling, what we did was to generate a platform online through a form that allows us to interpret the satellite images during an historic timeline. So in this example, we can see false color mosaics between 2008 and 2019. And we can also see that in 2012, there is an alteration. Next slide, please. Now, to prove that, as a matter of fact, it is an alteration and not a false positive, which is frequent because of the coverage of shadows and cloud, we have time series. So by clicking on the points where we think that the loss exists, that takes us immediately to the image where we can accurately prove that it is indeed a change and not a false positive. Next slide. So with the help and support of high-resolution images, we have been able to have access to images like BMAP's Planet, Sentinel, all the free repository is being incorporated in our project, and so several changes we had in terms of coverage were solved. This is an example of a natural loss of a transition from forest coverage, forest land to water bodies or to other types of land. Similarly, it was possible to interpret transition from forest land to human settlements to pastures and to agricultural land, which has been defined as anthropic deforestation in our document. Next slide, please. Next. These are the example on visual interpretation through high definition images. Next, please. Another observation that was made by the those who evaluated the convention at the first level of reference, it was to clarify better the estimate of uncertainty, and for them the systematic model gives a more robust evaluation in terms of uncertainty, because it allows to have these values on a yearly basis. As we can see in the table on the left, we were able to improve the emission factor evaluation, and that was included in the uncertainty estimate. And in the error propagation, we were able to include the uncertainty values that are then included in the final reference level document. In the first level of reference, even though it's true that there's a separation between anthropic and natural deforestation, in this new level of reference, there is an improvement, because on a yearly basis, there is a discrimination between natural deforestation based on the changes that I showed to you in the previous slide, where we can see the transition to water body that is very frequent because of the dynamics of the rivers in the Amazon, and also in mountain areas where there are many landslides. Next slide, please. Next. One of the greater value that we give to this methodological approach is that it allows us to know about changes on a yearly basis. Before, the level of reference would represent only the loss, but in this case, we are knowing firsthand toward the direction of this transition across our history line on a yearly basis. Several observations was made to the emission factors, and one of them was the inclusion of biomass deposit. For this level of reference, we have included live and dead biomass of dead trees and stumps also. Next slide, please. Together with CERFOR, we found the best equation representing this reality of the Amazon, of the vegetation that is in the Amazon, and we found equations that were more appropriate to the Amazon biome, and several of the equations were used to improve the estimates. Next slide, please. Similarly, it's important also this aspect, because one of the strongest observation has been the inclusion of the forest national inventory data inclusion. In the previous inventory that worked with parcels of different projects, calculations were made, and the recommendation was to include the information of the forest inventory, which is now being done. So the national forest is developed by is divided in 5 panels. The first one has already been fully developed, and the second one has been developed to 50%. This is why we don't have a complete forest inventory, and this is why we needed to find consistent information that would allow us to complement the information of the emission factors, and we used forest plots that we thank for their collaboration in order to have information of permanent parcels. There was quite a difficult process in terms of standardizing scientific names, identifying atypical registries, etc. We also had the parcels of different size, so we had to work with the expansion factors to take them to the same level. And finally, it was necessary to use the variance inverse model to finish the inventory. Next slide, please. This is the result of our reference level updated up to 2021, which is already available on the website of the convention, and it's to 2010 to 2019, with all the improvements and the technical observation that was made and that I mentioned to you during the presentation. Next slides. One of the processes that has that we have that has been more lengthy in terms of delivery has been the process of analyzing forest degradation. And with respect to that, we have developed a methodological proposal that we have called the mixed approach, which just similarly as the reference level includes the principles mentioned by Milagros and also follows the guidelines of good practices. So in the mixed approach, we identify forest areas that are likely to be degraded, which we call the indirect approach. And then these areas that are considered and have been considered that are likely to be degraded then are taken to a more rigorous and detailed analysis with time series, which we have called direct approach to validate the information with high resolution. We are not all forests are under the threat of immediate conversion. So this approach is sort of a combination of the two methodological designs. Next slide, please. So currently we are working on defining thresholds and likelihood of degradation for the time series. Similarly, we have worked on the driving factor of the degradation. So we don't simply have the map of degradation, but we go beyond that. We look for causes or driving factors, as we call them in Peru. So based on a preliminary analysis, we were able to see that the logging and burnt areas activity were among the most important, but more than 6% of the emission because of burning wood consumption is quite important compared to the overall emission. So we decided to include the use of wood for fires, for cooking, as one of the main causes for degradation. Each one of these activity or driving factors has a different methodological approach. We started with the use of wood and vegetable carbon, and this is a methodology of modeling for saving wood based on 4 modules, one of gain and loss, others of supply and demand of wood. We have already resolved between 2001 of the period between 2001 and 2008 with result to this activity. Next slide, please. As far as burnt areas, there are many studies and analysis to consider burnt areas, but the Peruvian Amazon has special features that whereby it has been difficult to use those methodologies and analysis. So we had to develop a methodology that adjusts better to the condition of our Amazon region and evaluate at least in 5 regions to be sure of the data and have a final report. As we also have result for the timeline 2001-2018, also for the burnt areas. In terms of logging, the issue of logging has been one of the most difficult one because it has represented the more challenges. We use as a proxy the identification of forest trail. We developed an algorithm initially that would allow to give continuity to the trails. When you work with satellite images, there are always interruption, and so we needed to have continuity, and there is a lot of noise because of the feature of the images. So we decided to use this algorithm to give continuity to the trails. And the idea is that based on the trails, we can consider how many are the emissions associated to the logging, and also what are the emissions represented by the consumption of wood, to see whether they are significant vis-a-vis the total emission, so that Peru can continue monitoring them and developing policies that will allow to control over this issue. Next slide. And so, as it has already been said at the beginning, we have found several challenges. Time is one of the main limitation, because we work as we speak, and developing actions as we move forward implies that the capacity have to be strengthened along the way. And this, of course, depends on time. We have more than 78 million hectares of forest, which imply high diversity, high dynamics in vegetation, which complicates any kind of analysis we may engage. E.g., we need to avoid the double accounting, and following good practices is always an additional challenge, because we need to abide by these principles and implement processes to guarantee transparent and replicable results. So basically, these challenges are there, and according to the progress made, we also have lesson learned, and of course, this is an ongoing improvement process. I think this is the last slide, and I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Freddy Argotti, and to Milagro Sandoval from the Ministry of Environmental Peru. Thank you for your participation. We remind all the people that are connected that they can send their questions. We have already received several, and I ask Milagros and Freddy to be online to answer the questions that have been sent. One question is what challenges does Peru and Latin America in general have in the area of forest conservation? Milagro, I think maybe you can help us by answering this question. Thank you, of course, and thank you for the question. Well, challenges are huge, and I think that the challenges are similar in the region of Latin America. The first one is about the fact that the ecosystemic services forest are important and have a value per se. So giving them this value and being able in general and also the fact that people who live in the forest will can have enough resources so that their livelihoods can be sustainable. And this, of course, can be achieved through different processes depending on where they are, their activities. So this is no doubt one of the main challenges. All other challenges are linked to the monitoring activity, which how do we use the appropriate tools to properly monitor in the region. And this, of course, also implies several challenges that must be discussed, and places like this, events like this, give us the possibility to share precisely this information. Thank you, Milagros. Another question sent through social media, and we thank everyone who's sending question, all the questions that we are receiving. We there are other questions. I'm going to read them. What is the strategy of Peru to increase the funding in terms of forest conservation? Yesterday, in one of the panels, we talked about the fact that funding is a challenge for long-term forest conservation. Milagros, can you tell us a bit about this? How is Peru behaving? No doubt there are different strategies. The Ministry of Environment is working on a climate funding strategy in relationship with forest, and también the change of use is surely the main driver of the greenhouse gases emission. In we see this not only in Peru but across the region, and our work is also linked to the Ministry of Finance. We receive support from other countries, like the case of Colombia, that has binational agreements or multilateral agreements. In the case of Peru, we have agreement with Norway and Germany, and in this joint declaration of intent, we foresee similar targets like the one included in the agreement that Colombia has signed with countries. And we also have other countries who are helping us in an observing mode. Of course, we have also agreements with other donors, and we are also exploring more strategies. Uh, we are trying to think about having tax, a carbon tax. Of course, this is part of the legislative effort because these norms have to be created. So all these discussions are in place. And of course, we base our strategy on lesson learned from countries like Colombia. Thank you, Sandoval. We are receiving more questions from citizens interested in this conference. They ask about how government initiatives are coordinated with the local community initiatives. Is there alliances with indigenous communities, for example, at local level? Of course, the role of indigenous people is key in areas linked to forests, especially in the Amazon region. And this is the approach we are using currently in in the climate change law that is being regulated. The regulation went through a prior consultation phase. And during that prior consultation with indigenous people, we received and collected many suggestions from the indigenous community. A part of this included what is called the Indigenous Network of the Amazon, which is a proposal from the indigenous people to save and protect the Amazon forest. This is within the norm, and yes, we have worked with indigenous community to promote this process. Now, as part of the work done in the case of UN RED program, we have worked on the indigenous monitoring system, which is very important because it's how native communities contribute to this monitoring process. And and there are significant, there is progress on this, and this can, of course, enables us to find fund because it is it is among indigenous community where conservation is most important. So we need incentives and tools to promote this process. There is a national conservation plan and a program in the Ministry of the Environment that grants funds to native community for the conservation of their forest. But we need to continue identifying different means to contribute to these processes, and also to the fact that the ancestral knowledge of native communities are kept and maintained, and this is important for the forest.
Así es, otro de los retos que tienen como región, que tenemos como región. Nos llegan otras preguntas, pero por tiempo ya no alcanzamos a hacer
Indeed, that's another one of the challenges that you face as a region, that we all face. We have no more time for additional questions, but I'm going to remind you that if you have any more questions, you can certainly share them and we will reply via the link. Ricardo Meneses asked the following, Milagros: have you carried out any research with radar imagery? I will yield to Freddy to answer that question.
Muchas gracias.
Freddy speaking. Thank you for the question. The baseline or benchmark level does not consider radar imagery, although a number of institutions have been working on that precisely. As I mentioned in the presentation, we have a lot of cloud coverage in many of our tropical forest areas, and optical sensors like Landsat or others may have certain limitations because of the clouds and the overcast. So yes, in some regards, we are working with radar imagery to fill those gaps in information. Now, for the form on the Colocare online platform, we do work with available radar imagery, but they have not been as useful for the process. However, we do continue to trust in the potential that these images may afford in detecting deforestation changes. And therefore, yes, we are considering incorporating these images in future analyses of our Amazon forests. Thank you.
8 de la mañana, 50 minutos. Muchísimas gracias. Agradecemos la presencia de Milagro Sandoval y este
Thank you so
diagnóstico
much, Freddy Argotti, Milagro Sandoval, who have joined us from Peru to share Peru's experience and tell us about how they are preserving forests and running forest inventories. Warm greetings to you and thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias y nuevamente agradecerles por la
Milagro
invitación.
speaking, thank you. Again, thank you for the invitation. And if I may add, that this type of opportunity is so important for us because it allow us to exchange ideas and experiences, and these are very positive exchanges, I think, for the region at large. Juan Pablo speaking. It is 8:51. We are looking at the weather forecast for all regions in Colombia today. Please watch the forecast and we'll be back with you in a few moments. We're starting Friday with our meteorological run through. There will be dry mornings in the Caribbean, northern part of Magdalena and Atlántico, however, may have some light rainfall. After a dry night in the San Andres archipelago, there may be light rainfall. Let's look at the Pacific region. Forecasts here tell us about rains in Chocó, in the western part of Valle del Cauca and Cauca. In the coffee growing region, northern Santander, Tolima, and Cundinamarca, we expect some rainfall. However, mostly dry weather. In the Orinoco region, we expect rainfall in Meta, Vichada, the eastern part of Arauca, and foothills of Casanare. In the Amazon, mostly dry weather, except for Caquetá, where there may be moderate or persistent rainfall. As for the capital, expecting partial overcast weather in the morning, but mostly dry weather. About alerts, high levels of the river in Magdalena. Please watch out for possible floods in these municipalities. In Guajira and Tolima, there's an orange alert for fires. Red alert for landslides in northern Santander and Cundinamarca. Lastly, orange alert as a result of rains in the Caribbean. We hope to see you on our social networks. We're committed to the weather and the environment. Thank you. Juan Pablo speaking. It is 8:53. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to those of you who are joining us in this fifth session of the monitoring system for forest cover in Colombia. We're talking about deforestation, degradation, and including communities. We thank everyone who has been joining us via the chat, those of us who are joining us from Bogotá, from Florencia, from the Amazon, people joining us from Remedios in Antioquia,
Un saludo
from
para
Tunja,
los que están conectados, también desde Bucaramanga, algunas personas que nos reportan sintonía también desde Perú. A todos ustedes, mil gracias de recordar.
and also people who are joining us from Peru. Greetings to all of you. Please make sure you follow us with the hashtag Seminario Monitoreo Forestal. Now, at 8:54, we want to thank our international donors. This includes the Embassy of Norway in Colombia. Thank you for making this seminar possible. Also, thank you to the UK Embassy in Colombia, GIZ, or German Cooperation Agency, and also to Visión Amazonía. Next, a short video on Visión Amazonía.
$8:55 mientras solucionamos algunos temas con nuestro
8:55 in the morning. Before we watch the video, I'd like to introduce our next panelists. Again, let's be reminded that we're talking about both national and international experiences. Now, we will come back to the national level, and for that, we will hear from Nelson Enrique Lozano from the Ministry of Agriculture. He's the Director of Sustainability and Innovation. Thank you, Nelson, for joining us. Nelson speaking.
Adelante, tiene el uso de la palabra y puede iniciar con su presentación. Ya en pantalla estamos viendo su presentación, doctor Lozano.
Muy buenos días para todos. Para el Ministerio de Agricultura es un placer hacer parte.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure for the Ministry of Agriculture to join you this morning. Can you hear me?
Sí, señora, ahí le escuchamos perfectamente.
Bueno,
Yes, we can.
Muchas gracias. A nombre del Ministerio de Agricultura, quiero darle el agradecimiento al
Very well,
IDEAM,
I will start again. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, I want to thank IDEAM
todos los donantes del programa.
and all
Buenos días.
donors. Can you hear me?
Sí, señora, ahí le escuchamos perfectamente.
A nombre del Ministerio de Agricultura. Aló, es que creo.
Doctor Lozano, ahí lo estamos escuchando perfectamente. Le recordamos que puede seguir la retransmisión, no la siga por YouTube, sino usted está directamente desde Zoom para que no haya un retorno en el sonido. De manera que a esta hora le doy paso para que inicie su presentación. Ya lo estamos viendo perfectamente en pantalla.
Perfecto, muy buenos días. En nombre del Ministerio de Agricultura queremos dar el agradecimiento a todos los organizadores, especialmente
I want to thank all of the organizers, especially IDEAM. We are going to tell you this morning about how the agriculture sector is
Bueno, los temas de extensión agropecuaria se han venido modificando.
now these issues or these topics have been modified over time. In the 90s, we created a national agrarian system. sumatas, as they are known, and they worked for over 20 years. But afterwards, they were replaced. They were replaced in technical assistance initiatives. Recently, in 1917, December, there was a new modification. This law created the Agrarian Innovation System. Now, what this law seeks is to look at agrarian extension from a more comprehensive viewpoint.
Incorporaban temas más allá del manejo del cultivo, las recomendaciones que los expertos, los agrónomos, ingenieros forestales, los médicos veterinarios.
The idea is for experts to count on a law that allows not only to support producers, but also to support the research and tech development efforts, and that these investigations and research results may be kept in mind by extensionists. Also, to add value with credits, with loans, and to support cattle ranching at large.
Nacionales y regionales. También crea unos mecanismos de coordinación.
Now, this also creates a number of cooperation mechanisms at the regional level so we can regulate all services rendered for cattle ranching. Now, Law 1876 created 3 subsystems. First, one related to agrarian research and tech development. For this, the Ministry of Agriculture coordinates with the Ministry of Sciences, previously known as Colciencias, and everything related to technical developments. Now, this mechanism seeks to finance what we have called the Science, Technology, and Innovation Program, known as PECTIA. This will be the roadmap for all processes that will be linking up research to production in the agri-food system. The second subcomponent has to do with agrarian extension, which will be governed by the PDEA programs, which are coordinated by each department. Currently, we have 32 of such programs, as we have that many departments. Some of them have been running for about 3 years now, and next year they will be updated. As the climate change group, we are running a detailed analysis of each one of those PDEASs to review how they tied in forest issues and environmental issues and climate change issues in their plans. What we have found so far is the following. Most departments touch upon these topics very tangentially. They talk mostly about cattle ranching, and when it comes to climate change and forests, they hardly mention the topic or do so at a very superficial level. So we want to tie in with these departmental plans in order to strengthen forest and environmental efforts as part of those plans. It is noteworthy that in the Amazon, things are quite different. Fortunately, under the Visión Amazonía program, we were able to incorporate forests and climate change monitoring and efforts in the plan. So climate change and forests are including in PDAs for Caquetá, Guaviare, and soon enough for Amazonas and Guainía.
es la formación y la capacitación para la innovación agropecuaria. Allí el Ministerio de Educación Nacional juega un papel fundamental.
Now, the third subsystem is the training and teaching program for agrarian innovation, also known as the MEN. And this has to be done not only with the agrarian sector, but also it needs to tie in institutions that in one way or another participate with the agrarian sector. And the Ministry of Education plays a very important role. The idea is for different schools in this area to start to include in their curricula agrarian content. I talked to you about PECTIA. I think I mentioned it. It is a science, technology, and innovation strategic plan, which will be the roadmap for the agrarian sector as regards research activities in the future. Now, the scope of this program is to be a policy-making guideline. It looks for different alternatives.
Recursos de regalías se puedan financiar actividades de investigación e innovación en el sector. Los objetivos estratégicos del PECTIA.
The strategic objectives of PECTIA are first to increase productivity and competitiveness of agrarian production systems. As you know, we need to be more competitive with our products internationally. FTAs today push us towards greater competitiveness, but the Ministry of Agriculture also wants to not just apply intensive soil use, but also to promote the creation of sustainable production systems. For this, we're talking about production reconversion and smart systems that are more environmentally friendly and lower in carbon footprint. We also want to contribute to ensure food security, which is key for economies in many countries. We need to guarantee food security, and PECTIA seeks to do so by launching strategic actions in that regard. A third strategic objective is to promote the development of environmentally sustainable production systems. In other words, to be competitive and have production ecosystems that are not harmful to the environment, but rather sustainable from an environmental perspective. In other words, low carbon footprint, low water footprint systems, and the like. The fourth strategic objective is to strengthen social capital, the capacities of the SNIAA, and how its stakeholders relate. Now, it is important to be able to support producers from a comprehensive perspective in terms of research, technical assistance. This is one of the priorities of PECTIA. PECTIA also has some cross-cutting elements related to the principles of relevance, participation, and representation. Now, the law sets forth a very clear instruction to continue moving forward in articulating and coordinating the regions and the local levels so that all agri-food activities meet the new requirements at a national level and international level so that we may have sustainable production systems with low carbon footprint. As you know, climate change is ever more complex. In fact, the Intergovernmental Panel issued a report recently on the dangers of increasing by 0.5 degrees. Therefore, we need to double our efforts to make sure that this doesn't happen and that our country's agri-food sector does not contribute to global warming and climate change. Next slide, please.
Para las actividades que se vienen desarrollando en la región del Amazonas.
As regards the activities that we have been carrying out in the Amazon, very well. The ministry has been working hand in hand with the Ministry of the Environment and the National Planning Department over the last 5 years. And that is how we have been supporting the Visión Amazonía program since its inception, which has 5 main pillars. And the Ministry of Agriculture participates actively in the Agri-environmental pillar, which seeks to promote production systems. We prioritize projects related to cattle ranching, reconversion efforts in terms of dairy production and meat production. This is a complex issue in the Amazon. And what we want is for cattle ranchers to improve their production systems. We also are supporting programs related to rubber production, to cacao production, to logging, and tourism. As I mentioned, the Ministry of Agriculture, hand in hand with SINCHI and Visión Amazonía, are leading this component as well. We'll tell you a bit about the progress we have made. One of the key aspects have been the issue of the agrarian extension. We're satisfied with the results so far. But I do want to point out that our donors, Norway, UK, and Germany, have been key contributors, and they're quite pleased with the work we've done so far.
Entre los sistemas productivos que les he mencionado.
Now, within the production systems I have mentioned, we prioritized a number which I've also listed already. And for this, we have been implementing a different set of instruments to continue to make strides in each one of those aspects. I talked about the agrarian extension. This is something we have been working on for 4 years now, starting the work of the SNIA law issuance in Congress to ensure that all of the work that we've been doing in this region so far, Caquetá, Guaviare, Meta, and Putumayo, is in line with what is set forth by the agrarian extension law. We have also been working on what we call green financial instruments or tools. We've also been working on zero deforestation supply chains. As you know, deforestation is one of the main problems that we're facing in the country as regards climate and forest cover. The role that we play is key. Therefore, we need to continue to combat deforestation and illegal logging, as well as burning.
Y un cuarto tema que hemos abordado fuertemente son.
And one fourth theme that we have been working on is on production partnerships. Now, this model is fostered and has been fostered by the Ministry of Agriculture for more than 15 years. It has been a quite successful program. And what it seeks to do is to connect producers and buyers that ensure that producers will be able to sell their products in competitive and favorable markets. Now, these partnerships also enable the following: to get rid of the middleman. And in the agri-food sector, the middleman is one of the actors that we want to bring down to its minimum participation. So this is what we have been doing at the Amazon level. Next slide, please. As regards moving forward in the agri-environmental pillar, we have been very active in Meta, Guaviare, Caquetá, and Putumayo in the municipalities pointed out in the map, as you can see here on the left. As I mentioned, with the Agri-Food Extension Program, the Visión Amazonía program was able to include this component in its efforts. Now, forests are very important in these regions, and forests can be used sustainably. It's not about the forest being untouchable, but rather that it is used sustainably in such a way that it can be preserved over time. For this, we have worked with the National Planning Department under the Compass document issued at the end of last year. So, forest extension, since it includes responsibilities of both the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of the Environment, it requires coordination by these two institutions, because before we weren't approaching the issue from the same perspective, but now we are coordinating our efforts. To date, we have more than 500 or almost 5,700 families that are benefiting as a result of these programs. Total investment in the framework of this program has been 40.9 billion pesos, of which 2.4 were invested in agri-food extension efforts. We have more than 83 extensionists that have been trained, benefiting 3,150 families to date. These 3,150 families are receiving agrarian extension through the Visión Amazonía program. We also have more than 157,000 hectares that are subject to conservation. And we also have very robust financial instruments. We launched a loan for cattle ranching activities. Now, this instrument for sustainable transformation of the cattle ranching initiatives allows cattle ranchers to access these resources through Finagro. Now, Visión Amazonía has a 5-year term, and as I mentioned, we're working with our donors and the Ministry of the Environment for a second phase of the Visión Amazonía program. They have told us that it will be approved and we will be able to continue many of these efforts and continue providing positive results. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to tell you. I'd like to say that at the Ministry of Agriculture, we are very committed with the productive reconvergence of agriculture and livestock activity in the Amazon area. We will continue supporting and together with the colleagues from the ministry and the Visión Amazonía people. Thank you very much. 9:18 in the morning. Thank you very much to Nelson Lozano. We have questions that we have received. We also tell our next panelists to be ready for the next presentation. We have started talking about experiences in Peru, and with Mr. Lozano, we have found what is happening. We found out what is happening in the Amazon area. The next question is, taking into account that agriculture is the main driver for the deforestation, what strategy is in place to decrease the impact of agriculture on deforestation?
Doctor Lozano?
Mr. Lozano, have you heard the question? 9:19, while we connect with Mr. Lozano, we remind you that you can write your questions in the chat, but also on social media with our hashtag. We also like to thank once again our international donors that have given us the possibility to have this event, Vision Amazonia, the Embassy of Norway, the Embassy of the UK, the German Corporation, and NISFI, NICFI. 9:20, Mr. Lozano, can you answer the question? Apparently your mic is muted, Mr. Lozano.
Mientras
9:20. Mr. Lozano, are you there? Go ahead. Go ahead. Unfortunately, the internet connection is a bit delayed and I can't hear your question. Well, but we remind our participants that the questions you write in the chat will be sent via email, and while we get in touch with Mr. Lozano again, we can show you a video. Monitoring Amazon forest is a very important task. We are monitoring the situation through satellite images so that we can evaluate the effectiveness on deforestation activities. Surveillance is another key aspect to identify, prevent, and control deforestation activities. Satellite imaging that show surfaces covered by natural forest. We also identify temperature increase, fires. And currently we rely on the second best system after Brazil. Highly specialized system to monitor forest. And this is the website for Vision Amazonia.
Mi nombre es Sara Osorio Mateus.
My name is Sara Osorio. I live in Puerto Cubarro, and I am a peasant. I grow plantain, yuca, I raise chickens, pigs. Marco Aurelio Zapata is my name. I've been living here 38 years. When I first came, coca plant was the trend. I've been living 40 years here. We had the difficulties before, and now we do works that we did not do before. Before coca plantation were the only option. These community are communities that are very committed to with the conservation, and they receive monthly incentives for yeah, these incentives have been good because we have been worked on different strategies. There are 5 that are the main ones. We are involved in 2 of them. And yes, we have received help. We have planted trees. We also have created a cooperative and that engage in projects that are covered by funding. We can see the different varieties of trees that exist, and in where you see the trees, there used to be a coca plant, coca plantation, and so if you sell them now, these trees, you could make some money. But if you can sell them later, then you can make more money. So the idea is to maintain these trees and increase the profit later. In 9:26 a.m. Thanks to all the people that are following us on YouTube. Seminario Monitoreo Forestal, hashtag Seminario Monitoreo Forestal, and for forest conservation requires concrete and rapid action. And there is a need to promote strategies to preserve forest. One can be environmental contractor. I'd like to give the floor to Juan Manuel Noguera in the National Land Agencies. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel Noguera. Thank you all. Thank you for inviting me. Let's start. We can start by talking about what's happening in our National Land Agency. As you all know, the National Land Agencies includes important areas of intervention. We know that the second law of 1959, several types of forest area were categorized A, B, and C. Also, there are areas that on a periodic basis are flooded because of the increase of water levels. And the agency also works on identifying properties or areas of land that are not cultivated. So these spaces are areas that cannot be assigned to people. However, we know that that there are a peasant population occupying such places. So the national land agencies has issued agreements that are called use contract. Use contracts are contracts that were developed together with the Presidency of the Republic, the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture, in order uh, to give use to these spaces and so that peasants who occupy these areas can exploit the land in a sustainable way and give use to the area. Of course, the use has to follow the guidelines of these use contract that does not allow for the change of use. So the national agency sought solutions to provide the families that occupy these lands. We know that these areas categorized as type A, B, and C have environmental restrictions vis-a-vis the use and the relationship with national park. We seek to preserve biodiversity as an strategic asset of the nature, as several national development plan had already highlighted through four objectives: establishing and implementing transitional strategies to control deforestation and conserve ecosystem. And the second objective was comprehensive intervention in the area. And the third, generating incentives for conservation and payment per environmental services. And finally, the last objective is consolidated the development of products based on sustainability vis-a-vis these objective. The National Land Agency made agreements in order to use areas and relocate people who live in the national parks in this other area. It's not ideal, of course, but this is a solution in order to protect the natural parks and give a possibility to continue living for the people who occupy this area. So this legislation allows us to move the people who live there to other parts and protect the natural parks. According to the limitation that any area of a forest reserve has. So, as I said, we do not change the use of the land. With Natural Park, we have been working and are working on developing different phases and stages. Of course, the National Park Institute plays a key role in relocating the people who live in the park and have to be, as we said, moved to different areas. So we hope that with natural parks and the Ministry of Environment, we can quickly work on freeing spaces inside national parks. We believe that an important planning has to be in place in order to achieve these results. And there are areas of where protection has to be implemented more than others, and our goal is not just to conserve the forest, which of course is important, but also provide environmental services. So with the Ministry of Environment, we have developed guidelines so that the different areas can be arranged in terms of land use and provision of environmental services. All this, of course, is framed in different environmental and national policies. 7 areas have been established in the first phase with the Ministry of Environment. These 7 areas cover 2.5 million hectares, and these areas correspond to more or less 5% of the forest reserve area in the country. There are 261 municipalities, and 83 of these municipalities are area of former combatants reintegration. And also there is a presence of illegal crops within these municipalities. And we think that it's important to apply these contracts of use and so that we can control the area. If we know who live in these areas, how they're working, what kind of agricultural activity they are engaging in, then we can have a better control and provide better life quality to this area. According to certain agreements, we have identified criteria in this area, in this contract use area. According to the criteria that have been established and the right of use provided by the lead agency deal with activities associated with sustainable agriculture activity that are appropriate to the guideline of use of the forest reserve area. And there is a need for agriculture contention and, of course, social cultural conditions should be protected. Vis-a-vis the sustainable use, we must take into account the compliance with these contract of use. There are obligations for the user or the beneficiary of that contract. These contracts, of course, also take into consideration planning, territorial land use planning that exist at local and municipal level. among the criteria, some of the criteria are the fragility of the ecosystem, and also the planning tool that exists at local and national level. Of course, this strengthen the possibility to identify the need to maintain or promote forest coverage, and it's the basis for sustainable development of the local families in order to avoid tensions in the and conflict in for land and territory. And added value of these contracts is identifying land that are inhabited but do not have actual owner and belong also to protected or reserved areas. The properties that have been identified follow a process of legal security so that they can finally have a legal owner and covered by a property title. Of course, this land is under the umbrella of the National Land Agency. And what the National Land Agency does is simply give a contract of use to the people who are there in the land, and but remains the owner of the plot of land with the commitment of sustainably use the land, and also with the understanding that there is a surveillance and control on the part of the agency. Of course, this leads to deforestation control, granting incentives, and this becomes a strategy for the protection. The environmental authorities also have a tool through the contract of use and this is where the national government intervenes with the natural conservation contracts that is linked to the contracts of right of use that we provide. The project is about coordinating different institutions through different institutions, the land agency with the contract of right of use, and other entity like the Ministry of Environment and other institutions engaged in agriculture and environmental issues are able, through their coordination, are able to control the area. So, for example, we give a contract of use of land, and in that contract of use, we have the coordination of different entities so that the appropriate support is given to the beneficiary through payment per environmental services and other programs like PES or even loans that allow them to live better. The environmental authority also can use these contracts to support other programs that exist and that are also associated to water services and payment per environmental services.
La asignación de los derechos de uso se considera un instrumento relevante para hacer frente a la problemática social y ambiental derivada del sistema.
This is about the relevant documents to confront the issue of illegal crops, and this is a priority for the campesino communities that are part of programs like PENIS and PEDETS. so long as they meet the requirements for voluntary crop substitution, and that in this way we may contain illegal crops. Now, sustainable development and voluntary substitution allows to fight drug trafficking and allows these families to have other means of livelihood. As I was mentioning about the contracts we talked about earlier, this project is led by the President's Office, and this is a strategically important initiative because it seeks to provide comprehensive solutions to communities that are most affected by poverty. And it especially contributes to control deforestation. It contributes to meet the final agreement as part of the peace and legality policy. And it also gives access to these families to land and to voluntary illegal crop substitution. The natural conservation contract is a comprehensive offer with a social component and an environmental component. And afterwards, as I was telling you earlier, we are also working on different productive and production initiatives in hand with Councillor Archila. And this has to do with control, monitoring, and follow-up. The use contract seeks to create the necessary conditions for proper land tenure. It seeks to empower families in these territories so that they may have a better quality of life and so that deforestation levels can be reduced. There are synergies between a materialized right of use and the conservation contracts that are being signed between environmental authorities and these communities. Use rights seek to grant land access for free to many of these families. The National Lands Agency does not charge for these services. Today, within the 2021-2022 Natural Conservation Policy, we have established a number of use goals, and this is financed by the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, the National Lands Agency, and other entities such as the Banco Agrario, Sinchi, Visión Amazonía, and other donors who have been supporting us in these efforts. To date, we have nearly 7,000 natural conservation contracts that are up and running at different stages of the process, and this is part of the 2021-2022 policy. For 2021, we have set a goal to have at least 5,000 such use contracts. And for 2022, we have a similar goal. As for the municipalities that will be subject to this policy intervention, there are more than 22 municipalities in the first phase. And our goal is to have more than 60 municipalities. Amongst them, we find Cartagena del Chairá, Cajamarca, San Vicente, Solano, Puerto Leguízamo, Piedemonte, San Jose del Guaviare, El Retorno. We have other municipalities like Tame and Solano, where we'll be running interventions along different themes with our donors and partners. We have been working with PNIS, as I've told you earlier, whereby we're supporting a number of families that are in the process of substituting illegal crops. We also have initiatives led by the National Lands Agency, more than 2,000 processes that we are leading along with other donors like Visión Amazonía, Sinchi, FAO, who have participated actively in these processes.
Bastante importante dentro del marco de los procesos de los contratos de conservación natural. Dentro de la parte procesal.
Now, as regards the processes take somewhere between 6 to 8 months from beginning to end of the use contract. It includes a technical visit whereby we collect information that can then be sent to other entities so that altogether we may have an effective control in territory. Now, in talking about this visit, what I mean to convey is that in the visit, we collect information of the property, the family, the people who live on the property, what production activities take place, the extension, the basic services that are available in that property. This includes characterizing the area, understanding how the family works, what orchards they have, what animal activities they may be carrying out. We also run an inventory of forest covers in that area, water sources in the property, what other infrastructures may be available on land. Also, if there are any titles that support tenure of that property, how and what products are sold or produced and sold, whom they are sold to. We also collect information on environmental risks present in the areas, be it mass removal, maybe possibility or potential for droughts, for floods, what access roads there may be, what technical assistance they need or want to receive or have implemented already, what documents support land tenure, as I mentioned, what income the family has or the people, the dwellers have. That is, in essence, the information that is collected during the technical visits, and this allows us to know better what kind of technical assistance the families need. We also collect information on what illegal crops they may be growing, why, for what legal crops they would be willing to substitute the illegal crops that they're growing. And all of this allows us to have a much more accurate knowledge of the current state of affairs in these properties and for these populations. This helps us know the territories better. Of the 7 areas I mentioned, there's one in Magdalena, which are 2.5 million hectares in size. As I was mentioning, there are areas in Bolívar, Magdalena, Norte de Santander, Arauca, towards the east, as well as Guaviare, Vaupés, Cauca, Huila, Tolima. And we will be able to work with territories in all of these places thanks to Law number 2. I think very well. This is quite a succinct summary of what we have been doing, how important law number 2 areas are set forth, how we have been working with these areas hand in hand with other entities, how these areas have been prioritized by the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, the public banking system, in other words, an effort that will lead us to a better process. At this point, I'm ready to take any questions. Juan Pablo speaking. It is 9:54 now. Since we're short on time, we will only present one question. In the state-owned lands or the baldíos, could compensation plans be implemented, compensation linked to environmental licensing? On behalf of the Lands Agency, no, that wouldn't be possible. We work with use contracts. Now, in the contracts, we do consider the possibility of supporting the subjects of the contract, maybe based on PESs or payment for environmental services schemes and linkages with the banking sector. And these contracts are registered in the ORIPs. In other words, there is a contract beneficiary whom will then be able to access credit lines and loans so that he or she may work on productive projects. Thank you so much to Juan Manuel for your participation in this 5th annual monitoring seminar. We now welcome our next panelist to continue talking about strategies. This is a project known as Community Forestry, fostered by the Ministry of the Environment. For this, we greet Ruben Guerrero. He is a professional in the Forest Office as part of the Ministry of the Environment. Good morning, and thank you for joining us, Ruben. Ruben speaking. Juan Pablo, good morning, and thank you for the invitation.
Sí, bueno, inicialmente queremos en nombre del señor ministro de Ambiente, Carlos Correa, el viceministro Francisco.
On behalf of Carlos Correa, the Minister of the Environment, Vice Minister, and the Forest Director, we want to thank you for giving us a spot in this event to share with you the progress we have made as regards associated processes when it comes to community foresting. On the one hand, we want to point out what has been done by national level entities. Now, these processes, may I ask whether or not you can see my screen? Excellent. So again, what we want to share with you this morning is some of the experiences that we've had both at the IDEAM level, national institutions level, in cooperation with FAO and other international donors and cooperators. The payment for environmental services set up with the UK and Norway. I think you've seen the slide before. Thanks to the carbon monitoring system, we have been able to collect information on our forest heritage in the country, forests that cover about 59 million hectares wide and long. This is an important extension of forests. And we must keep in mind that a high percentage of these forests are owned by indigenous communities, Black communities, and campesino communities. Of the 59 million hectares, about 31 are in communities in special territories. Also, there's a need to implement initiatives that contribute to bringing down deforestation levels. I simply want to point out that the community forestry program is being presented as an alternative to help bring down deforestation, as you know, based on the monitoring and follow-up efforts. The main causes for deforestation are, in many cases, linked to illegal economies and land hoarding for illegal use, illegal extraction. And usually the excuse that communities use is that forests do not provide economic sustenance to its dwellers. So that's why we are working on alternatives that may give communities that live in these areas alternatives and the possibility of using biodiversity sustainably. So on the one hand, besides all of the processes in the framework of the UNFCCC and the RED strategy that was set forth in 2018 and is currently being implemented, we also have the National Development Plan. And this plan sets forth a number of goals related to conservation and sustainability. As you know, the goal is 701,000 hectares to be protected under different agroforestry systems and sustainable use systems. This is basically an umbrella strategy on how to tackle sustainable forest usage through work with communities, through work with regional autonomous corporations, through work with logging companies, and also by strengthening the traceability system and by bolstering pacts, different commitments in Colombia, like the Sustainable Logging Pact. For that, we're working on the community forestry program. This is one such effort. And this effort focuses on how to build capacity at the local level so that they can both better use the forest and improve their quality of life. In other words, if for whatever reason communities cannot find the possibility of improving their quality of life and of sustainably using the forest, it's impossible for the forest to remain standing. Therefore, we are focusing on producing instruments and mechanisms to promote better use of the forest in terms of logging and non-logging products, ecosystem services, and mitigation of climate change initiatives. how to promote that the communities can come together so that based on their traditional uses, they can better manage the forest and take advantage of the forest. This is also about affording financial resources and financial tools. Basically, forest use needs to be strengthened through technical assistance. For example, what has happened with logging products and wood products. Communities depend on technical experts and on payment for these management plans to be able to take advantage of the resources. But there needs to be an income source, a source of income for these communities. So what do we have? We have a set of actions for nuclei that have been identified as active deforestation spots. Here, I'd like to point out the following, whom we are working with. We are working with donors and cooperators like FAO, the WWF, ONFA, FCPF, and Conservation International. I won't delve into the detail of the work with each one of these entities, but simply say that there are about 50 initiatives that have been identified. And progress has been made focusing on improving capacities of local communities.
We have different alternatives. You can see that we have other strategic allies, the cooperation of the US and other international donors who are helping us to improve a more sustainable forest management. One main element is a process whereby we are reporting within the National Development Plan. The expectation for the next 4 years is to have about 100,000 hectares, such as the case of Vision Amazonia and other programs that will allow us to have a structure in terms of promoting sustainable management. On the other hand, we would like to say that FAO has been a key partner through a agreement we have developed. We will now have a third phase of technical assistance for the implementation of the community forestry model at a local and territorial level. This model allows to identify the gaps at territorial level, but also generate the tools that we allow to fill those gaps. This is one of the examples we see in the area of community forestry. We want to see how we can strengthen this because there are many indicators, of course, that can give an idea of how things evolve, but we also want to see how communities can be engaged through a benefit plan, but also in terms of teaching communities and young people how to protect the place where they live. Monitoring, of course, is an important aspect. How can we, how can, apart the information that is generated, how can we develop this culture of monitoring at local level? And as general results, and again, this is part of the work done with FAO. The idea is to identify the local situation. Many of these places are areas very distant from urban centers and limited in terms in social infrastructure, far from market places. And so the idea is how to create action plan that allow us to reach out to the communities with the technical assistance in order to improve management, transformation, and knowledge. This has to be also linked to the market knowledge. This will be a key element because this is what will guarantee the sustainability of these actions at a long-term basis and reduce bottlenecks despite the limitation. Colombia, differently or similarly to other countries, is a bit behind with the community forestry. And we need to switch to a long-term strategies. We need, as I said, long-term plans, long-term agreements, because because the long-term sustainable use with the community, it's an appropriate conservation strategy. Another driving factor is gender and forest. It's a complex issue. There are several guidelines based on international standard and convention. But when you face the reality of the project, you see that the role of women is not really strengthened in relationship to forest conservation. So we developed an alliance with FAO again and also the German cooperation agencies in order to promote this aspect which links forest and gender, and it also included in the community development. Now, we see that we need to think about how the forest sector can contribute to economic development. There are more than 6,000 enterprises that have been identified and that are involved in the forest sector. And these enterprises produce at least 5 jobs per business. And so we need to identify which one of them on sort of registered, and these 92 enterprises refer to the ones that are officially accounted for and that are part of a baseline developed in 2019. And we had the goal of reaching 200 officially registered, legally registered enterprises, forest sector related enterprises by 2020. We did not reach that goal and we hope to reach it this year. Well, I'm not going to dwell much on these next slide, but um, this shows a brochure and publications of universities that talk about forest products that are not related to logging. And the idea is how activities comply with the legal aspect. You know that we have we have mm, activities, online forums that can be filled out in order to register a certain forest activity, and and that is has enabled a certain activity to become legal and facilitate the legalization of certain activities. Another aspect is national forest work groups. This exists in order to make local actors and local community participate in this group as interest groups, and that's important. And these group can help implement and strengthen capacity, and this has been part of an exchange process together with other countries. And the idea is to continue opening spaces like this, and also how can we link initiatives like the vice presidency of the republic as far as forest employment. We need to make these processes more visible. Going to the result achieved by the project, especially with FAO, we have identified that there are gaps related to land tenure, governance, terminology, the knowledge of market, and support to community forestry. We know that there are great flaws and the delay in bureaucratic filing as some as demotivated people. The resources that are available for supposed initiatives, well, the majority is it comes from international organization, and so we need to see how this can be improved, and funding can exist also at national level. We need to involve the university, the academia, and also how to take advantage of lesson learned. We know that there are many lessons across the country, but they have not been documented. For example, there have been projects in the 90s, and many of these experiences could be used, but have not. Another element, how the development of these initiatives affect the local community and situation. For example, because of the presence of illegal armed actors, a certain project were not developed, or the development of some project was interrupted because of the presence of illegal armed actors. And once again, in terms of gaps, the availability of information, the lack of knowledge about the legislation, etc. Of course, this is all linked to challenges that are both general and specific. Of course, the community forestry model must become part of the DNA of the local environmental authorities. We need to support the technical assistance. We need to see how funding can be improved. Also, these projects must be linked to enterprises and to legal markets. And we need also to make visible the community forestry experiences. In terms of specific challenges, of course, COVID-19 has created a huge impact, but well, that's part of an overall global challenge. Then we need to create incentives to promote legality and how we can associate investment to the processes and also associate that to alternatives of food security and also provide technical assistance to local communities and and the and also community monitoring is another very important element. This is these are the aspects we wanted to highlight in a very quick way. We want to thank you and say that this process is possible thanks to all our partners that are both national and international. And of course, it would have been impossible to show this result without the help of our national and international partners. Once again, thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Environment for being able to share this experience to you today. Thank you very much. And I'm ready to take questions if there are any. Thank you, Ruben Guerrero. It's 10:21 in the morning, and we thank all the people with us. Let's have a break of 10 minutes, and we'll be back after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
on forest and carbon monitoring. We hope you had a nice coffee break and that you're ready for the next panel. After listening to some national level experiences, we will now go to learn more about regional experiences in the Valle del Cauca and the INF and their forest management system. For this, we have Mr. Gabriel Fernandez. He's an environmental engineer, a master's degree in engineering as well, and a PhD in environmental sciences. Welcome to this panel. Today we will be talking about forest management in the Valle del Cauca and your contribution to, or the area's contribution to the National Forest Inventory. Dr. Fernandez, you have the floor. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. You have the floor. Gabriel Fernandez speaking. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Valle del Cauca's CAR, or Autonomous Regional Corporation, the Environmental Authority, welcome to all of you. I am here this morning to talk to you a bit about our experience in forest management in Valle del Cauca. I have partaken in this initiative for the last couple of years, and I hope you enjoy the presentation. Since we have people joining us not just nationally but also internationally, I want to first locate you on the map and where Valle del Cauca is in the map of Colombia. Our natural potential in terms of forests is quite significant. We have both protected areas and productive forest areas. Almost 50% of the department is covered in forests. And what we see here is a great deal of potential in terms of forests in the region. As for natural forests, because of our location in the Pacific, we have a great deal of extension of very well preserved and conserved forests. Some of them, not all of them, but in general terms, well preserved. We also have a part of the department in the Andean region where we have about 35 watersheds and a bit under 200,000 hectares of forest in the Andean region. Of course, there are issues around forest conservation in the region, especially as regards deforestation. Look at the deforestation levels since 2010. But thanks to efforts that are being run since then, we have been able to bring down deforestation rates. We were at about 1,000 hectares on an annual basis in 2010. And starting 2013, we started to see a reduction. We're very happy for this reduction, but we are still called to continue working to bring down these figures to the lowest possible number, hopefully zero net deforestation. Without a doubt, however, we continue to have issues with deforestation because of illegal crops, illegal mining, and different production activities. Also because of the expansion of the agricultural frontier, which we have come together to try to provide alternatives so that it can be brought down as well. As for the commercial use of our forests, UPRA has provided some figures. There's a great deal of potential in that regard in Valle del Cauca, not just in the country. As for altitude, we have about 241,000 hectares for high aptitude or ability, medium aptitude or ability of 196,000 hectares, and low aptitude or ability of about 113 hectares. Of course, the idea is that any exploitation in this regard is done always protecting natural resources. Sadly, however, the reality is different from the potential, even though at a national level, according to the Ministry of Agriculture's figures, we are amongst the top 6. In truth, as compared to the potential. So there are opportunities that proper forest management should afford us in the region so that we can properly manage and exploit forests at a local level in order to contribute to the national level. As for forest management, well, this is not a new topic. The corporation was created in 1954 as a development entity, the first autonomous corporation and regional environmental authority in the country. And since then, we've had control or jurisdiction in the Cauca River's water basin. This includes the Anima Basin, the Rio Cali Basin, and all these water sources which have traditionally been used for hydropower purposes, but with the potential of environmental exploitation as part of the forests that were being managed and ordered. But to summarize, just tell you that over time, there was an initial effort carried out with the CONIF, OIMT, and the Ministry of the Environment to define what forest areas could be developed commercially. And that's how we drafted or put together these maps for excluded areas and potentially usable areas. And that is how in 1998, we produced this study which identified nearly 62,000 hectares that could be used sustainably for and which could be developed, some of them in the Andean region. Now, of course, you're aware of the forest exploitation, sustainable exploitation in the Pacific region, but this study focused on forests for the Andean region in the Valle del Cauca department. This was later complemented with a number of other actions that I will talk about in further detail in a moment. So what is a policy framework? Policy framework is important because forest management has to respond to a set of policies which are key to ensure regional harmonization. Also, keeping in mind SDG number 15, related to terrestrial ecosystems and life. And also, I'd like to remind us of the forest policy back in the 90s, the national policy for biodiversity, which incorporates, of course, the forests. There's also the development document number 4021 to control deforestation and to ensure sustainable management of our forests. This Compass document sets forth a number of guidelines that are very important. There's also the Bosques en Territorios de Vida document. All of these documents set the framework for forest management. At the local level, we have a department policy issued by the governor's office and its environment office. The policy is enshrined in a document known as the CODEPAR. All of these are basically our reference points or benchmarks as regards policy for the work that we carry out. Now, within our planning framework, we also have to respond to national guidelines. This includes the National Forest Development Plan, It also includes the National Restoration Plan, which is key for the maintenance of ecosystem services in production activities. It also includes the Pact for Equality for 2018-2022. As a regional autonomous environmental corporation, we want to ensure that we can produce and conserve at the same time, and ensure that our direct forest users are benefited as well as our indirect forest users. Most recently, we have the document issued by the National Tropical Forest Program, which today is in a bit of a conundrum, but it has made strides in terms of working with social actors for the protection and conservation of forests as well as their sustainable use. What's important here is to point out that the corporation is moving forward in incorporating this program in our forest management setup. And lastly, we have the Regional Environmental Management Plan for the period between 2015 and 2036, which is basically the roadmap of everything we are to do in terms of proper environmental management and forest management. We also have the Valle del Cauca's Forest Management Plan and Land Use Plan, which includes, of course, forest management. This is known as a POTD. And then, of course, there's a department policy that has been issued through the Memorandum of Intention or Intent for the proper management of priority river basins and watersheds, which of course includes proper forest management as well. Very well. Now, having covered the regulatory aspects and the different reference points that inform our work, it must also be mentioned that there is Decree 1076 of 2015, which gives us context as to forest areas and says that in order to plan the proper management of forests, these need to be set within reservations, and the limits have to be set as well to ensure that we know which areas will be forest production areas and which areas will be protected/productive areas as well. Another key article that informs our work is Article 2.289314. Today, more than a limiting factor, this is a supporting factor to the work related to forest inventory. And this article allows us to coordinate different authorities' efforts for proper forest management. This part is key as well. It sets forth, of course, a number of challenges that we will look into in detail in a few moments. But again, it helps us to work in a coordinated fashion at the national level. And we also want to be reminded of how Law 2811 of 1974 modifies Law 1450 of 2011, talking about the CVC and how under the ministry's coordination, it needs to classify, manage, and zone different forest areas across the national territory. So again, not just the productive ones and the protected ones, but the mixed use ones. Now, in wrapping up the presentation of the regulatory framework, there is the forest management plan issued by a number of agencies that came together in order to ensure that anyone who's interested in properly exploiting forests does so in a sustainable fashion. So what is the objective of forest management? The ministry recently issued the guideline that talks about the country's strategic forest areas. And the plan says that we need to determine what use we want to give each one of the areas. And so what are the forest areas that we're talking about? We have talked about them. But basically we have protected areas. These are the ones that need to be preserved to protect the natural resources contained therein, mainly forests, soils, and of course water. And then there are the productive forest areas, which yes, need to be conserved, but which can be taken advantage of or properly used and exploited. So that's basically what forest management is about. Based on this framework, which we've had since 1974, what we have basically is a background for proper forest management. Since 2018, the corporation, along with other community organizations, started to formulate this plan for the Pacific region, given the importance of the forest in this area. This, including the Jurumanguí River's watershed, made up altogether over 204,000 hectares. But we were not able to get approval on the documents by the board of directors of the corporation. So there is a technical document, however, it was not approved as an official management document. So 2009 is when we started with our efforts for forest planning in the Andean region. In the 35 different watersheds for this area. This included an extension of over 1 million hectares. But again, it was not approved by the corporation either. So even though different actors partook, we weren't able to get approval on this document either. Now moving on, in 2013 is when we had the issuance of Law 1450 and how it mandated an adjustment of the zoning for forest areas. So that's how we adapted the process for the Jurumanguí River watershed and others in the Andean region. Then we subscribed or signed an agreement with the university in Tolima. And in this case, again, this agreement was not adopted, unfortunately. And the barrier at the time was that the board of directors demanded that we should have had prior consultation with local communities to ensure the support of the instrument. So this was nonetheless a very important instrument.
And then the forest inventory of the Dagua and Calima River basin, which was in this case subject to the prior consultation process. And we are about to finalize the technical document so that we can move forward the barrier of the approval, and so that the tool can be finally materialized through an administrative act. So I think that from the technical and scientific standpoint, we have the guideline for forest management that the ministry has issued. I think the guide is very important because before there, we had a guide from the 90, a guide from 2015 and 2016. So I think that the fact that the ministry came out now with a final official guide solves many ambiguities. But then what's also important is the national forest inventory that is an attempt to sort of provide requirements at national levels. Now, in terms of forest management phases, I'd like to show the different phases. And this is something that recently has been sort of harmonized with all the different initiatives, activities that exist. The phases are setting up the different activities, categorizing, diagnosing, then forest management plans, adoption, implementation, follow-up, and evaluation. And of course, the idea is to have a reference scale of 1 to 25,000. Quickly, a general conceptual framework related to forest management. We have what we call the forest management plan. We, as a core part, the governance, and then we have sort of cross-cutting areas like communication, which is key, and specifically what as local territorial environmental authority, what do we seek? Well, we won several initiatives like environmental management. We want forest governance, which today is very linked to institutional strengthening right now, but we hope that once that is taken care of, it will improve. And also the forest chain of bamboo and guadua, and also community forestry, which is one of the previous presentation, which is another element, and how the forest management can improve community forestry. Education and communication is important, research, innovation and development, green businesses are important, community monitoring, which is also being mentioned during the seminar. So forest management is sort of an engine of forest development. Now, in this framework, we then have a 4-year plan, 2020-2023. So what do we need to do? We need to update and adopt the document that I mentioned so that we can move forward across 24 watershed on which we have information, so that we can comply with requirement. And in the Pacific area, we have the Naya water basin, of which I will talk in a moment, and also the watershed of Mallorquín, Raposo, the lower San Juan River, Cajambre. So the first experience, very quickly, we are about to develop the forest management plan for the Naya River, which is very important. It's a basin, it's a watershed where we have national parks, forest reserve. We also have environmental units. So it is a basin that where several interests and institution overlap. So what we have done so far is been in the early preparation phase with local community. This let's not forget that this is initiative is a initiative that started with the community. So we tried initially to identify sampling points and coverage that we have in the basin. So we want to care these areas with the community, but also we want the community to use them in a sustainable way. So based on the methodology of the National Forest Inventory, we were able to have information that because of time limits we cannot share with you right now, but that is really key to prepare the forest management plan on at this for this specific area. And so we started identify key species, what they are, what there is their importance factor. This experience of the Naya River basin has now moved to the phase number 2. We hope to finish the prior consultation process that has already started but is not finished. We've had some difficulties because of recent strikes and situation of social unrest across the country, and of course the COVID, which is not over yet. And we are trying to coordinate our work with other institutions because we realize that the ecosystem cannot face administrative of social limitation. And so we have 24 water basin that we want to manage that cover 729,000 hectares. We have highlands, different areas, and we also have what we call the Central Forest Reservation, covered and protected by the law number 2 of 1959. So we need to recognize that there are ethnic communities within this territory that, of course, are key for the management of the forest. So we have been able to identify the ethnic community so that we can coordinate both the prior consultation process and also their involvement and participation in the project. I've said this, I've covered all this very quickly just to show you that the challenges we face are huge, but and these challenges include having the budget to develop the forest management plan according to the effort of the required sampling. Of course, making mistakes in identifying the appropriate budget can be an important obstacle. Coordinating the action with other environmental authorities, strengthening the technical capacity of our regional environmental agency for forest management, but also we need to strengthen local capacity, local communities. We are working with the local community council, but the local community council do not have local agronomists or forest engineers. So we need to strengthen the capacity of local community so the local communities can become operators in this overall local forest management plan. Of course, we need to link local entities, university, research institute, local enterprises and community in this forest management planning. We need to have an effective strategy of participation and communication. We need to include important action in, for example, community forestry. We believe that this is very important. Preventing and controlling deforestation, also making use of non-logging product, for example, is something. Another aspect that's important. Another aspect is ecotourism and carbon capture, undersigning agreements between social actors to execute these forest management plans. It's important designing a follow-up and monitoring system to these forest management plan. Obviously is important, and how can we harmonize forest management with other tools of environmental management? How do we include forest management as a driving factor for territorial and environmental management? And also, how can we better improve excuse me, Gabriel, unfortunately, the time is about to be finished. I'm really finished. I'm sorry. But no, thank you for your intervention. We have a question, and I'm going to ask it. What are the reasons why the council did not approve the plan? Thank you for the question. The main request made by the board of directors, the council, was the prior technical consultation. When we presented the document to the board, to the council, the prior consultation was necessary and was not included in the document. This is why it was not approved. So of course, we are trying to correct this, and we are as soon as that will happen, we will submit a document again. People are asking if these PowerPoint presentation will be shared. Of course, they will. They will be sent to the email address that you have registered at the time of registering, of course, to the event. So all the people who are registered with their email will receive all the PowerPoint presentation, all the presentation there. Let's now share with you a video that talks about the transformation process that allowed deforestation to stop in a specific case, in a specific history.
Mi nombre es José Olivo Rodríguez.
José Olivo Racio from municipality of Solano. These are areas that are in this area. There are 13 families. We live off plantain, cattle raising, agriculture. My name is Rosalba Alcacer. I live with my husband and my children, and we grow cocoa, garden vegetables, yuca. We like to have food for us. One day I was cutting a tree. That the tree fell on me and harmed me on different part of my body, and that accident, of course, affected my husband, and now he's not able to work as he used to be able to work before. I think cocoa is a very good culture. It's not expensive to plant and grow. We are happy with cocoa plantation. We are happy because we are not farming any illegal crops, and
No hay como uno sacar una carga de cacao que sacar un gramo de coca. Y yo motivo a la gente que el cultivo de cacao, si nosotros lo manejamos como es, el proyecto es bueno, porque yo pongo a producir un árbol 10 kilos de cacao, 5 kilos de cacao. Yo que siembre 4.000 palos de cacao, eso es una millonada. Lo que una res, una vaca no me va a dar esa cantidad de plata que me va a dar un árbol de cacao. Las expectativas que vamos a hacer con el programa son sembrar el cultivo. A eso yo le apunto harto porque la idea es que ojalá nosotros tengamos un centro de acopio. Tenemos un pueblito aquí, llama La Merced, un centro de acopio donde podamos tener que fabriquemos la chocolatina, fabriquemos todo lo que es el chocolate. Tengamos todo, no lo saquemos así en pepa, sino lo saquemos directamente en barra. Yo la comunidad la motivo a que sigamos el proceso de Visión Amazon. Para nosotros hacer como una transformación en la producción de cacao. Y eso hemos de analizar todos.
Bueno, y Don Olivo es uno de los muchos
Don Olivo is one of the many campesinos who have decided to preserve the forest, to keep it standing, and to work on sustainable production. This is the latest chapter, but now I'd like to present a few questions. What are the forestry experiences in the region? And other questions. For this, we will hear from Marlon Galeano from the Community Action Board in Remedios, Antioquia. He will talk to us about community forestry initiatives in his region. Marlon, welcome.
Gracias por la presentación.
Hello, Angie. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the intro, and thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I hope that that we can have a good talk and that you will learn from what I have to share with you this morning. I want to share my screen, if you give me a few moments.
Pantalla.
Sí, señor, ya la estamos viendo.
Angie speaking, yes, we can see your screen, Marlon. Marlon speaking, as Angie said in her introduction, I'm going to talk to you about community forestry initiatives in the Segovia and Remedios municipalities. I work with the Community Action Board in El Tamar and with Ecoserrania. Okay. So I first want to put us on the map, show you where Ecoserrania is located. And show you the nuclei where community forestry efforts are being implemented. Here to the left, you see the forest areas. Orange area is El Tamar, and Remedios is enclosed in the yellow line. To the right, you see the reservation of the biosphere. This is basically the mirror that we look ourselves into when it comes to community forestry, because they've had very positive results regarding community forestry efforts. The greener areas
De ACOHOP, que es la asociación de Petén,
are managed by ACOHOP. And the surrounding areas are national parks and have had serious issues with deforestation. Now, what this tells us is that what can be more feasible is to have communities be empowered in the forest conservation. The model can be quite profitable because by this model, communities can get benefits from the forest, financial benefit, and be incentivized, therefore, to preserve the forest. So again, Segovia and Remedios are located in orange here, the southern part of, it's in Antioquia, limiting with the southern part of Bolivar in the San Lucas mountain range. You can see the El Tamar region in the top part. There is yet another initiative in the San Jose area related to avocado and fishing. On this chart, what we see is the different communities. We are primarily campesino communities. And we have, at El Tamar, we have 4,000 hectares. That's our potential. Although there should be a limit to how much forest we want to conserve. The piloted hectares are nearly 1,155, benefiting almost 25 families, with 28 partners, 43 women, 93 men, and 17 young men and women between the ages of 14 and 26. This is 26 properties altogether for El Tamar. Now, for the Cristalina area, we're talking about 355 hectares that are being part of the pilot program, with a potential for 1,500 hectares or more, because again, there shouldn't be a cap to how much we want to conserve. 16 benefited families, 19 partners, 27 women, 35 men, and 12 young people between the ages of 14 and 26, with 16 properties altogether. How many people do these processes impact and benefit? 315. But in truth, this is a 1,315 people that are in the region, but in truth, this has a very positive social impact for the region at large. So what is community forestry management for? What is it good for? And what is it about?
de lo que se ha avanzado y todo ya lo iremos hablando pues a medida que vaya pasando la presentación. Pues, ¿para qué sirve? Para generar mecanismos
It's good
para
to
conocer
promote
forestales
interinstitutional mechanisms so that community forestry management may be incorporated in rural development projects, as well as supply chain, both for logging and non-logging forestry products. This also to promote capacity building in the populations according to their ethnic origin, their age range, and their area of expertise. The idea is also to strengthen leadership and management capabilities for women's associations and to enable the use of community forestry initiatives to promote the territory's development, also to strengthen social capital so that we can have diversified economic structures. This includes adding value to the value chain and more market access. Also, to make actions related to use, conservation, and proper forestry management initiatives more visible and to consolidate such initiatives. The idea is also to promote associations that will foster community forestry initiatives. The idea is also to promote development based on forest management with the support of private initiatives and expertise in marketing and transformation initiatives. As we can see in this model of community forestry management, as I said, we would be copying what has been done in Guatemala, where the process, we could say, is near to perfect and has yielded wonderful results as regards the environment and its conservation, as well as strengthening the social fabric. Again, the results are very positive and are enjoyed and throughout. So what progress has been made in our region? First, we started working with the FAO since they are the ones who started to promote the process with training on things related to GPS, forest inventory, cartography, legal access to forest resources, market plans, soil analysis, and association. Currently, we have the support of the WWF, although we started out with FAO. When we've had visits from professionals from these two organizations, they have come to us as teachers, as guides, to teach us how to use a GPS, how to run a forest inventory. And it has been what I describe as a pretty process, because it's not just about taking measurements and uploading indicators, but rather it has been about installing capacities in the region and capacity building in the region. But the communities are left with this knowledge and these capacities so that they can give the process further continuity and so that the process can go on improving. This allows for the communities themselves to be the ones who are helming these processes. Now, the empowerment process has been a bit more complex. In my viewpoint, sometimes it happens that institutions do not trust that the communities will be able to move forward with the processes, and the processes have the same level of mistrust in institutions and the government. because sometimes the projects that are implemented in certain regions, according to communities, do not fulfill their true needs. But what this process has proven is that it can be the case that we can trust each other and that the projects can fulfill the local community's true needs and objectives to improve their quality of life. Another step forward has been changing the mindset. Even before this process became known in the region, what people in the region thought of the forest was that the forest wasn't really allowing them to make progress, economic progress, because of reservation areas and because of conservation demands. So there was this idea that the forest was no good, that the forest was in fact a hindrance in moving forward financially. And that's why many in the community focused or wanted to be able to log down the forest to give way to cattle ranching activities. However, thanks to the process, we were able and have been able to change the community's mindset and have the community understand that the forest can too be a source of livelihood. I am fully convinced myself that this process will continue to yield very positive results. Now, of course, we can't do this alone, the community, and neither can the government. There needs to be a concerted effort. As for challenges, very well, there are challenges related to the lack of credibility, since this is something so new in the country. And since for so long we've had this idea that conserving forests and the environment is basically synonymous with restrictions of use and exploitation. But that's a mistake. It has been demonstrated that for proper forest management, what we need to do is indeed manage the forest and care for the forest. And restrictions have only fostered further illegal activity because the state cannot be present everywhere all the time, controlling. And that is why communities have to control themselves, have to run control in their territories. If they choose not to, there's really no one to stop them. Now, this territory, as I mentioned before, is in the San Lucas mountain range, which is very diverse and has enormous natural wealth. But also, it is an area where there is a great deal of mining activity, and mining is one of the economic engines in the country. So it's hard to confront that reality. There's a huge shock in that sense. And there are pressures right and left for the community to work on mining efforts and not any other effort. But mining is counterproductive when it comes to conserving forests. So, as for the San Lucas mountain range, the area has for a number of years now been working on implementing a conservation figure. Let's keep in mind that we are a pluricultural country. There are indigenous communities, there are Black communities, there are campesino communities with very different backgrounds too in different areas, and there's huge cultural diversity, which make it hard to implement a single model for all, because there are different ways of doing things in each place. So it has been hard, but we have been working on it because, as we said before, there's a great deal of there's forest extension and rainforest extension, and this provides an opportunity to start with a positive project. Now, community forestry has to be implemented as a profitable model where the forest is looked upon as a source of livelihood for the people who live in these areas. Also, we need to better coordinate supply chains and added value to forest products. Now, when we talk about supply chains and added value, we must think traditionally there has been logging, illegal logging in many of these areas.
a ese tema legal.
Sometimes because of a lack of knowledge, because sometimes basically that's it, a lack of knowledge. And truth is also that usually wood from these regions has been extracted in blocks. And the yield there is very, very low. So the idea is to be able to add value to the logging industry to ensure that the project can be profitable and that the communities see the added value. For this, we need to do capacity building, we need to provide the proper machinery and tools and equipment.
So the idea is to reach this goal. Another challenge is, and more than a challenge, is really a winning point. We would be able to comply with the SDGs, especially 1, 5, 8, 12, and 13, sorry, and 15, nearly all of them. But the six I mentioned, the six that are on the slides are the ones we should focus on. Another challenge is increasing inclusion and gender approach and gender participation. It's been difficult because peasant community always had a male mentality whereby the men work in the field and women stay home taking care of the household. But we've been able to involve more women in the training programs, and as we move forward, we are sort of changing that. Creating technical capacity is another challenge, as I said, because the idea is to leave installed capacity at local level. And it is we need to sort of find a compromise between transforming activities in more technical activities. Another challenge is keeping the forest governance model with the participation of communities in public in political discussion. This was my presentation. I would have loved to talk more, but unfortunately I know that time is limited. I'd like to thank you all. Thank IDEAM. I hope to have that I have been clear in my presentation. And once again, thank you. Yes, Marlon, you're right. We would love to have more time so that you could tell us more, but you, of course, you understand that time is limited. However, we have a question that we would like you to answer. Sonia Wolfa says, what have been the main challenges of the community to have licenses or permits and exploit their logging and non-logging products? Well, actually, this has been one great challenge, and it's difficult to prioritize challenges. They are all as important. But anyway, one problem is the lack of the fact that the community did not believe in the project initially, because we live in what we call a red zone, where the conflict has dominated during many decades, and therefore people do not trust the state. In other words, the communities believe that working together with the state institution may have some kind of, some kind of trap or some kind of negative aspect. So one main barrier has been to gain trust and remove the feeling of the community. So there is lack of credibility on the part of state institution, but we have been able to gradually solve that. Thank you very much, Marlo. Congratulations for the work that is being developed. Once again, thank you for being with us today. Thank you, Angie, says Marlon. We have been leading community processes in the region at IDEAM, and we want to know what the positive aspects have been. For that, we have Claudia Lorena Ortiz from the group of causes and agent of deforestation in the IDEAM monitoring forest system. She will give a presentation called Learned Lesson on the process of coordination of the monitoring system with community actors in Colombia. So welcome and good day, Lorena. Thank you and good morning to you. It's a challenge to speak after Marlon. The presentation by Marlon is really good, so it's a challenge to follow him and but the idea is to complement what he has said. It's an opportunity for us to use spaces like this to show the progress in the community forestry process. Can you confirm that you can see the presentation that I'm sharing? Well, we see that you have started the screen sharing, but we don't see the. I wonder whether you can help me share the presentation. Apparently, I have some issue with my computer. Sure, I'm sure that the technical assistant will help us. It's 11:39 a.m. While we solve the technical issues that we have right now, we remind you that you can leave your name and email address so that we can receive the all the presentation that have been shown, that have been presented so far during the fifth national seminar on forest monitoring Colombia, so that you will be able to know everything that has happened during the 3 days. So please leave your data, your email address, and in the YouTube channel of the IDEAM, we have the videos of the first and second day of this seminar, so that those of you who were not able to follow us on the first and second day can look on or log on the YouTube IDEAM channel. And how are we doing, Lorena? Were you able to share your presentation? I have shared the presentation. Can you see it? No, I see you on the screen. Let's try again and see if it works, Lorena. So I'm sorry. Yeah, well, we know that when, in virtual mode, in this virtual world, we are always likely to face some technological issue. Well, we see the words that you are strategy sharing, but do you, if you have the presentation, maybe the best thing is that you share it. Yes, don't forget the hashtag so that you can leave comments, so that we can know from you what your opinions are. Once again, thanks to all of you. Claudia Lorena, we are seeing your presentation, so you have the floor. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for joining. I am going to talk about the coordination between the monitoring system and community actors in Colombia. To give you some background of the structure, we have a system. We have the forest and carbon monitoring, the forest information national system, the national forest inventory, of which we talked about yesterday, and in green you can see the three main components of the forest and carbon monitoring system. There is a group of people that sort of identifies early warning. We also have those that identify the causes and the agents that are responsible for deforestation, and also identify a necessary action to slow down deforestation. In this area, people also work on what we call the participative community monitoring. There are many communities who are working to the benefit of forest conservation, even in areas that are not subject to deforestation. So the idea is to work with all the community that whatever the local situation are working in favor of fighting against deforestation. This participative community monitoring is a social participation driven by the local need for information. So it's not that we want to go to the territory and tell people what to do. We base our work on what the people tell us and what they want to do at local level, so that we can work in a coordinated fashion. We take into account their approach, their rhythm of learning, in order that we can better understand their way of life. It's a tool for follow-up to life plans and management plans. And we also want to know more about the forest areas that exist in the country. Next slide, please. Next. Within the monitoring system, there are 5 lines to coordinate with local activities. First is the way our institutions reaches out to the community so that they know the kind of information we have and can know the kind of data they can rely on. The second line of work is identifying, characterizing, and following up on the community monitoring initiatives. So we have reviewed the information, we have found out where these organizations are so that we can also reach out to them and work with them. The line of work number 3 deals with strengthening different spaces of coordinated work. So we collaborate with local NGOs that we can work with. We also have another line of work where we provide technical support so that communities discuss, get to know one another, show their progress in the monitoring system. And then we have a technical support to the kind of initiatives of community monitoring. And the last line is creating and exchanging information as some kind of support tool for decision making. Lots of information is available, but unfortunately, it's not known. So it's very important that this information that the monitoring system is generating can also be used for decision-making purposes. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. What kind of work methodology do we use? We the different organization, we have set up exchanges or batter. So the organization that are strong can train other organization. Also, we want to focus the training on certain subjects and topics, and also the school of the monitoring system. How do we reach out? Now, there are sometimes organizations that ask to work with us and request cooperation. We also reach out to them through NGOs and then also community organization, either directly with them or through the NGOs. The school of knowledge of the national monitoring system is a space where we can find out gaps that exist so that we can train the communities in we can train communities in the areas where they lack knowledge so that they can achieve better results in the local management. It could be through the exchange of experiences or through the identification of conservation proposals. And so more than 50% of forest coverage is among Black, indigenous, and communities. It's also important to validate the information of the system and also the coordination with the monitoring system. What are the work modules that we use? You can see here 5 modules. The first one is already being prepared, which is a basic tool for mapping and GIS, a geographic information system. So we have designed this first modules from scratch, and that starts with how to create a folder on in a computer, etc. This module has already been implemented in Bogota and Caquetá with good results, and we hope to continue moving forward with this kind of training. The second module is a module we are developing now, why and how to monitor forest. And we are using the community forest management that already exists to develop this module. And then we have these other 3 modules that are still under design and review. In terms of the main results, we have a proposal for guidelines for community participative monitoring in Colombia. This proposal was prepared together with many NGOs and local organizations. So it was a joint work proposal between organization and entities. Here we can see the map that identifies some 200 plus initiatives. We are not working with the initiatives right now. We are finding out how many initiatives there are and getting to know them to then decide which one to work with. Here you can see the distribution and the percentages according to the Pacific region, Caribbean region, and so on. Also, the implementation of Module 1 and other following module are included in the policy document, the Compass 4021, and that policy document included the community monitoring, the participative community monitoring as a tool. And we have also included that aspect in the 5th National Annual Seminar on Forest Coverage Monitoring that took place, that is taking place during this last 3 days. We have seen the participation of several organizations from different parts of the country who are promoting and developing what we define as participative community monitoring. We have had the opportunity to work with other organizations and institutions of other countries such as Ecuador, Panama, Peru, and Colombia. We had an exchange, a South-South exchange process. We have supported 6 community organizations. 17 organizations have received training by us on mapping and basic GIS, and we have also had exchanges of knowledge. Next slide. Right now, we are working on this document together with the support of WWF. these publication and NORAD, these publication summarize the work. So we have a practical guide for coordination between the communities and the national system. This guide provides the information that is available. The good practices for the coordination between communities and institutional interest in monitoring participative community monitoring. This guide shows the pros and cons of the situation. It's like interesting recommendation that tell you what to do and not to do in case of coordination, as I said, between community and state institution. And then the other publication is about the progress and challenges that exist in the coordination between different institutions related to participative community monitoring. This slide shows the good results and the output of the work that has been done. One is generating trust, so that the community trust the monitoring system and work with it. Exchange of information is also an important outcome. The work in the field and the language that is used to convey messages, and finally the coordinated workspaces that we need to strengthen if we want to continue further with this line of work. What have been the positive aspect of the lesson learned? Well, the direct workspaces with community actors allows you to understand how monitoring takes place, how you can, digamos, exchange information. Also, it's a driving element for community actors so they can participate as trainers in technical spaces. And it's so this is another important. It's also important to have a local liaison that will support the processes of participative community monitoring. Also, the institutional commitment to understand the reality of the territories as an input to plan and implement action. Also, communication, documentation.
As for information exchange, we have been able to get acknowledgement on this type of exchange, and we have been strengthening the strategy for coordination, and we have found a partner for growth in different systems. Here we see some friends from Cartagena del Chairá who are showing the work in the last seminar that we had, the 4th national seminar. And also the coordinated work opportunities that we've had are to be mentioned and acknowledged, thanks to all the entities that made these opportunities possible, the SNM, the EYC partners, and the community actors network made up of community actors themselves, of course, and which provides an opportunity for capacity building and training. So, what challenges? We face a number of challenges considering consolidation of mechanisms that promote, enable, and strengthen the exchange and the permanent flow of information at the local, regional, and national levels. We also need to design and implement joint follow-up mechanisms. We need to promote sustainability of the processes by coordinating them with own economic alternatives. Now, even though the communities are in fact working on forestry initiatives and rural tourism initiatives, the idea is for the community monitoring efforts to be a part of those initiatives as well, so that they can be supported in other processes as well. And we also need to have a challenge of giving continuity to exchanges of experiences, to ensure and understand that it's not just the technical experts that have the knowledge. In that regard, it's important for us to be able to provide this type of opportunity where the organizations themselves can lead the training efforts. Next slide. Other challenges are related to incorporating the processes and the knowledges of traditional communities. We also need to produce communication material that is adapted to the realities and the cultures of the communities, and this will help us continue having the system approach communities more closely. And we also need to bolster the autonomy of the processes that at a local level, so that there's greater independence. Next slide. Thank you so much. This is the presentation. These are our contact details if you have any questions that you want to address to us directly. With this, I will now share with you a video on the monitoring process.
La pandemia, pues
Nosotros vivimos del bosque, porque gracias al bosque hay aire para respirar nosotros todavía. Gracias al bosque tenemos todavía en las fuentes, en esas quebradas tenemos agua para tomar todavía. Y gracias al
bosque. The forest gives us air, gives us water, gives us nature, gives us food. That's how we can eat what we are used to eating because of what we grow in the forest. We get animals, beautiful animals. In Colombia, 63% of natural forests are in indigenous reservations, Black communities, territories, and campesino territories. If we keep in mind the key role played by local communities in conserving the forest, the SMAYC works with communities and with IDEAM.
Monitoreo participativo comunitario. Eso fue en el año 2016 con el apoyo de ambiente y sociedad. El IDEAM estuvo básica para la deforestación de los bosques.
Supported us with the methodology for forest conservation. Community monitoring means monitoring our own forest and our own wild species. As a foundation, what we do is we manage 8 of the 9 protected areas in the area or region where we work. We have done work related to mapping, and we also work on participatory community monitoring initiatives, including more than 25 children who monitor specific species. I think that the coordination that we are achieving and the process that we are working on, thanks to our coordination with IDEAM, is strengthening the communities and is also providing opportunities for better planning in the territories and the ability to stay in those territories. Narrator, the idea is to strengthen knowledge on forests, to provide timely and consistent information that will allow for effective decision-making and bring down deforestation in the country. Over the course of the year, local community monitoring initiatives have faced different challenges as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and yet this has not hindered the possibility of them to continue working. With the pandemic in 2020, we were more isolated from the world, and yet we were able to come together as families and as communities and continue monitoring our fauna, our weather and climate. We were able to continue doing walkthroughs to see the state of our water sources. With the support of our technical experts, whom we connected with remotely, we were able to continue our training processes. That is how we have been able to overcome the challenges posed by the pandemic. I'm satisfied because not just 2 or 3 people are working on this. It's very satisfactory to know that many people are working on this type of initiative across the country. And in the world, we need to continue pushing forth and not give up. This is San Jose del Fragua in Caquetá. I want to show you how beautiful this location is. The municipality has a great deal of tourism potential. During the confinement, Cordespa has been focusing on systematizing its information, updating its portfolio and brochures. Sadly, this year, we have not had the resources to implement any project. It was only up until the end of October that we were able to coordinate with WWF and the National Park. And with their support, we will have the logistics and technical support to continue working on the Peace and Protected Areas project in the Amazon foothills of our region. I hope that you are all in good health despite the difficult times that we have had to face this year. I hope that you are all joined by your loved ones. I know that we have not been able to be close to our loved ones all this time, but this has also been an opportunity to strengthen family ties and friendship ties. Please know that you have a friend here in San Jose del Fragua, and that I am very proud of being a part of this special group of people. This is a group of people that does things right and that tries to keep their head high and to continue working for the country. As for the progress we've made this year, it hasn't been much because of the pandemic and everything it has entailed. Yet, we have kept in touch with the communities, and we have worked with Samisur on the Santo Domingo Canyon, very near to the 1,800 meters above sea level mountain that we have in this region. I want to greet our friends from IDEAM and everyone who's joining us this morning. A warm hug. Dear friend Rosso, if you remember this harness, I just wanted to let you know that I still have it. Good day, everyone. Askatruri. We are working on the second phase of Environmental Explorers program, and we have been able to coordinate by telephone and WhatsApp. Our biggest hurdle was restrictions to go to the field. But we must not give up in our effort to continue caring for the environment. Community monitoring provides the opportunity to have better perspectives and greater knowledge on the forests and to bring this knowledge to the institutions. That is how defining and promoting conservation actions can be ever more effective. For me, the river has been very important. I learned to swim there. I played with animals. I got to know different species. And I think that our children should be able to have the same experiences in childhood. So I will do whatever it takes to ensure that our children can enjoy what I enjoyed as a child too.
Compartirnos ese video tan bonito que
Lorena, thank you for sharing such a beautiful video.
en el camino de la conservación.
It really motivates us to continue working on conserving our forests. So over the last 3 days, we have talked about how important it is to keep the forest standing. And therefore, I want to ask that you watch with me the next video on how to take advantage of the forest, but also take care of it at the same time.
Bueno, no tenemos el video aún en pantalla. Ya.
Here's the video. A standing forest offers a number of economic alternatives. Large extensions of land need to be replaced by other productive activities that do not promote deforestation. Having a standing forest gives us access to different forest conservation incentives, developing activities related to tourism. It also strengthens families. The forest economy and its sustainable exploitation is a wonderful option. The prairies can be planted again with logging species and fruits and other species like rubber and cacao. Subproducts of these productions can be used in a differentiated manner too, through possibilities like denomination of origin. That is why Visión Amazonía is working with campesino communities to provide income by conserving our Colombian forests. Find more information on visionamazonia.minambiente.gov. Very well. So here we have different alternatives to be able to conserve the forest and still take advantage of the benefits that nature affords us. Sadly, we are running out of time. I want to again thank all those of you who have joined us this morning and over the last 3 days. Now, to wrap up, we have a very special guest who will also be moderating the next panel. Her name is Mónica Robledo. And she will be talking about different initiatives in forest conservation. Veronica, welcome to you. And thank you for moderating this panel which will be talking about the different portfolio of options to take advantage of the forest and still bring down deforestation levels. Veronica speaking. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to join you this morning. Veronica, the floor is yours. Welcome, everyone. It is a pleasure to have you on this panel to talk about the portfolio of options to bring down deforestation and conserve the forest, and yet take advantage of natural resources in the forest. As you know, deforestation is one of the biggest environmental challenges faced in Colombia. It has been prioritized in all kinds of political agendas at all levels of government and also internationally. And what is sought is to improve control and monitoring, and at the same time developing a sustainable forest economy, as well as fostering proper forest management. Nonetheless, this problem is quite complex, and for this reason, we need to continue identifying and promoting alternatives that may allow to, in tandem, mitigate the phenomenon and yet guarantee the sustainability of the communities who live in this forest. I have a number of wonderful panelists with me this morning.
Pueden contribuir para
They will be talking about different options and alternatives that may contribute to bring down deforestation and yet sustainably conserve the forest. I will introduce our panelists quickly. We first have Pedro José Patiño. He's a member of the Indigenous Guard at the San Antonio Reservoir of the Pijao ethnic group in the Department of Tolima, and he has been working for more than 20 years on processes related to forest conservation and sustainable use of the territory. He has studied public administration and has been a governor of his community a number of times. Thank you very much, Pedro José. The other two panelists that are joining us this morning are one, Ms. Elizabeth Valenzuela Camacho. She is a technical director of the Fondo Acción. She is a biologist. She has a master's degree in development and public policy.
Red y en especial de planeación y manejo de cuencas, áreas protegidas y ecosistemas estratégicos, y se integró al grupo de Fondo Acción en el 2013.
She joined Fondo Acción in 2013. Lastly, we have Nelson Enrique Lozano Castro. He coordinates the Sustainability and Climate Change Group at the Ministry of the Environment. He's a forest engineer, and he has a great deal of experience in environmental policy design and agrarian policy design.
De cambio climático y de agricultura climáticamente inteligente, como lo son el programa Visión Amazonía, el Fondo Biocarbono.
Has also participated in Visión Amazonía, Fondo Biocarbono, Agencia Francesa para el Desarrollo, JICA, FAO, UNDP, amongst others. So first, I'd like to yield to my colleague, Pedro Patiño, because I know he has had some issues with connecting with us this morning, and we want to ensure that we can hear from him. So if you could tell us a bit, Mr. Patiño, about what alternatives your identity or organization promotes to bring down deforestation and guarantee that forests are indeed conserved. Can you hear me? Yes, we can, Pedro. Pedro speaking. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the chance to address you this morning and for this invitation to talk about monitoring of forest cover in Colombia. The San Antonio de Calarma Indigenous Reservation has been working on a number of programs and projects to conserve certain areas and forest covers. And has also worked on some initiatives to restore some already logged areas. So in that regard, we are working on a number of projects, one with the Ministry of the Environment, along with FAO, Tolima, and the San Antonio de Calarma indigenous community, as well as the Indigenous Guard, as they are protectors of the Pachamama and Mother Nature.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Patiño. Quisiera darle entonces la
Thank you,
palabra.
Mr. Patiño. With that, I yield to Elizabeth Valenzuela. If you can tell us a bit about what types of alternatives you are proposing to bring down deforestation and preserve our forests. Of course, thank you very much for inviting me. What Fondo Acción does is to design and finance initiatives that promote forest conservation and forest sustainable use. We have more than 20 years of experience in running a call for submissions, in evaluating those submissions, in ensuring that those ideas can become on-the-ground projects that ensure sustainability for the communities.
Desde el 2010 estamos apoyando.
Since 2010, we have been supporting the design and development of red projects. We currently have a green and blue carbon initiative that supports community red projects. And we are in that regard escalating the projects that have worked to different areas, of course, adapting them and localizing them, but trying to ensure that we can adapt to the needs of the communities, ensuring that the projects can be transformed. And in the next coming years, we will be again running call for submissions
y restauración de ecosistemas estratégicos, por
to
supuesto.
ensure that we can continue conserving our ecosystems and forests.
Le paso entonces la palabra a Nelson para que nos comente también sobre lo mismo, si puede hablarnos sobre los tipos de alternativas que están promoviendo ustedes desde el Ministerio de Agricultura.
Now we will hear from the Ministry of Agriculture. Hello, Veronica. This is Nelson speaking.
Trabajando en diferentes frentes. Por un
The Ministry of Agriculture has been working on a number of fronts. On the one hand, Resolution 0161 of 2018 that defines the agricultural frontier to ensure that any activities don't go beyond the set frontier. And the resolution establishes that no new areas will be incorporated to the frontier, these protected areas. In addition to that, there was a guideline issued by the Banco Agrario and its offices that establishes that certain credits cannot be granted to projects that will be carried out in places that have been subject to deforestation. These areas will not have access to credits. We are also going to implement an interoperability platform so that we can cross-reference information and know what are the deforestation hotspots, to cross-check with the cattle ranching registries and start to understand what matches there may be in that regard. The Ministry of Agriculture is highly committed to contributing to bringing down deforestation levels in the country. And we will continue to put up as many obstacles as are necessary to ensure that those who are causing deforestation have no longer access to credits, so that we may promote a culture of what we call legality or rule of law. Ensure that those who are causing deforestation face problems into the future. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you very much. Would like to move now to a question for Pedro. Can you tell us what changes have you observed since you started implementing the alternative options that you have been mentioned to us? Well, the experience we have is that it's a positive experience because we want to implement because of climate change and globalization, we want to use forest as a crop that we monitor, examine, follow up on, so that it will be serve to future generation, not only in terms of vegetal coverage, but also in terms of logging and non-logging products, and cover the livelihoods of local communities. this change has been positive because people have realized that by doing the things we are suggesting, we can protect the the water basin and the forest. The good thing is also that we have involved all the community leaders and representatives, the elderly, women, children, everyone, so that we can leave a good assets to our future generations. So it's been a community work that's been successful in every aspect. Elizabeth, can I ask you the same? What changes have you seen since you have started working on this alternative? Well, I would group the changes in four areas. Of course, forest cover, the deforestation is decreasing. This is something that can be seen not only because of the monitoring, and we are seeing that once the investment ends, the forest maintains, and there's a different relationship between the local community and the forest. And this is based on the other changes. Of course, local organization must be strengthened because they start having capacity in terms of governance, and so that they're able to identify threats, but also they can have greater capacity to manage the resources, to execute projects. And we see a growth now in the organization. Organizations that have worked in this project are showing this. I am proud to see organizations in this seminar that are organizations that we used to work with years ago. Because of what they've learned, they have different dynamics and are differently motivated in order to have an impact, not just at local level, but at a greater area of influence. Another important change is the generation of opportunity and economic benefit for the communities. People who depended on logging and know the territory starts understanding that there are different alternatives, different jobs that are sustainable, jobs linked to forest management. And so this is something important. And finally, another change is the need to connect ourselves with forest and not see the forest as something so distant from the city and the urban areas. So, as Pedro was saying, there are global dynamics. So we start weaving links between the communities, between the forest and the urban areas, where elderly women and children who were not so much involved are now becoming involved and develop or weave a different kind of relationship. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Nelson, I would also like to ask you the same question and know how you have seen the changes at community and civil society level. From the government standpoint, from the standpoint of the Ministry of Agriculture, that some years ago was not so much involved in environmental issues, what changes have you seen that you can tell us about? I believe that with the intervention of Vision Amazonia, a substantial change has occurred across the community that live in this region. They are today more interested in sustainable activity, in including livestock farming in their sustainable livestock farming in their activities, and they are not simply interested in logging and selling the woods. So with these sustainable project being offered to the community, what we are achieving is some kind of stabilization. So they are able to live off their territory, but without keeping or increasing deforestation. So we are gradually achieving the goal of making community staying where they are and not moving to areas that were forested because they want to deforest them. Another important aspect is that there are payment per conservation result, and so the idea that the forest was not creating revenues and income for the communities has now changed, and by offering them alternative and incentives to conserve the forest. Of course, this becomes an example that can be replicated across the country so that people who live in forest areas can see that not as an issue, but as an advantage. So two important things, the conservation of the forest and also the stabilization of community in their area so that they do not move forward. They do move, and they keep that agricultural frontier where it is. The main measurement is being able to show that the livestock sector is not a sector that drives the deforestation, but do you have some kind of indicator of measurement that shows this change? No, we don't have an indicator as such. We are working with Vision Amazonia to start measuring this impact because, of course, one important thing is to show that the activities that we are developing are contributing. Can I ask you the same question? How can you measure the impact? There are so many programs. You have a broad, let's say, portfolio of programs and projects. How can you measure the impact on the territorial level? Well, we have fund indicators, technical strategic indicator like the number of hectares intervened in terms of conservation and restoration, or the number of organization whose capacity has been strengthened. And there are indicators common for all the initiatives based on which we have 6 monthly and yearly follow-up. And also the initiatives have their own indicator. For example, we select a project that will win or will be granted the funding. In this case, we define goals, for example, in terms of actors of conservation, restoration, or use. Then we make a decision vis-a-vis the organization that present a project or a program that will have greater impact. In the case of the RED Plus portfolio project, obviously they have to abide by the international standard, and we measure according to biodiversity, carbon reduction, and social. In terms of biodiversity, we can have parcels, and the good thing is that there is participation on the part of the community representative who can analyze the information they find and make decisions, but always under the follow-up mechanism. I was discussing a case recently whereby one of the impact is how deforestation affects the quality of the water. So there are indicators that measure the quality of the water, and changes have been identified as a result of the actions that are being put in place. So there are ways of measuring that things are changes and then follow up. So we think that this information is what in the end allows us to assess whether things are being done well or not. We also have ex post evaluation, 3, 4, 5 years later. For example, in the case of the Fund for Forest Conservation, we realize that there are a capacity, that the organization changes, but the processes continue. So I think it's a mix of scale, tools, in order to, in the end, make decision and communicate result. And Pedro, Jose, how are you in the indigenous community monitoring the impact of the changes that you have talked about, the new alternatives that you have implemented to protect the forest? Well, we as environmental authority in our territory, we have declared what we call a native reservation. This amounts to 80 hectares that are practically untouchable. Nobody can touch them. No state or government institution can touch, but we do not allow any kind of exploitation or deforestation in that area. And we also have reforested about 60 hectares, and the World Food Program has helped us in planting pines and eucalypts that are native of this region. And together with the Ministry of Environment and the UN, we have also planted 6 hectares of guadua cane, and this has allowed to contribute for the global climate. So we realize how at local level we can contribute to a global purpose. As a matter of fact, in 2019, we were able to go to Mexico and we were able to represent Colombia, our community, Colombia, and even the state environmental state institution through the experience by telling them our experience. So the idea is to continue with this ongoing activity because the work is to improve and provide greater coverage. We we were able, for example, to improve the area surrounding the creeks and the water springs, and so we were able to create and produce a better vegetal coverage around the creeks and the water spring in Chaparral, in Antonio, and also Roida. So the area we cover is somehow strategic for water sources. And all this we do with the help of the institution and your support. You talked about how important it is to involve the communities, young people across indigenous communities. What can you do so that the change that you see now will be sustainable also in the future? Well, I believe that one of the strategy is to continue training our young people through workshops, seminars, also practical training on conservation. Our youth will understand that the forest, our Pachamama, is it's our mother. For us, the land is everything, and they will also learn to love it and live with it because the cosmovision, the flora and the fauna, and the endangered species and reptiles, etc., are now safer in the forest and are part of the overall global balance. We need to understand that we belong to the land. Sometimes we think that this belongs to us, but it's vice versa. We belong to the land, and it's not the land that belongs to us. So the youth, young people have understood this, but we also need the support of state institutions so that we can be trained. And it's very good to see when children of 5, 6 years of age are aware of this and help us, protect the forest. They understand the fact that this is sacred because the forest is the future of the world and the population. And so what it's also important, the support from other institutions. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask that same question to Elizabeth. What do you think that the Action Fund can do?
Mira, lo primero, y coincido mucho con lo que dice Pedro de reconectarnos con la
Thank you.
naturaleza.
I agree with what Pedro says as regards that we need to reconnect to nature. And for this, we need to believe in these cultural transformation processes, in these education processes that involve all age ranges. We need to think about how we relate to nature. And that is what will allow us to bring about those changes. But we also need to be able to find a balance between conservation and production. It's a very real possibility. And yes, we can find our livelihood in the forest and yet take care of it. We need to ensure that we can get economic benefit either through logging or non-logging products. But since we are in a territory that has forest ecosystems, rivers, páramos, and production areas, all of these need to be kept into account. So we need to ensure that we can get this sustenance from the from the forest itself, and that we can use the very forest resources to nurture the forest itself.
Basados en la conservación del bosque, pero también pensando siempre como...
We also need to, yes, conserve the forest, but also ensure that every time we think about a project, there are different scales of that project, and understand that there is a bridge. We need to think about it from a policy perspective, an implementation perspective, and a results perspective.
Llevarlo a la práctica y después poder conversar con el gobierno nacional también y abrir espacios de participación desde con las comunidades para decir, estas son experiencias exitosas, esto funciona, esto es un modelo.
And then we need to be able to talk to the government and show success stories so that we continue to scale those and to implement those in other regions in the country. Veronica speaking. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Something that is key has to do with the resources. I'd like to ask Nelson what type of financing instruments can be accessed to ensure that forests can be sustainably exploited and conserved in the country. Nelson speaking. Thank you for the question, Veronica. There are two different pathways that can be followed to obtain financial support. On the one hand, there are the projects promoted by the Ministries of the Environment and Agriculture, which have the support of international donors. In that regard, Visión Amazonía is a great example of how these projects and these resources can be channeled efficiently, and how producers and campesinos can be provided with different resources for them to continue working in sustainable livelihood projects. Then there's the issue of, or the pathway of credit loans. For example, Banco Agrario has provided loans for cattle ranching. Now, in many of these areas, there aren't any deeds for the properties. And so a number of efforts have been put forth to ensure that campesinos who have been in the area for a long time now can access credit lines and loans. Campesinos who have been in these areas since before 2010 will be candidates and eligible for formalization of land tenure through a TPS line, another credit loan that is called Agrarian and Green Businesses Support. These credits and loans have very favorable interest rates. So again, there's two different pathways: international donors and loans. Thank you, Nelson. A question to you. For example, a community like where Pedro works and lives. In your viewpoint, what's the best type of advice that you can give them? In other words, what web pages do they need to be looking out for, or where do they need to look out for information to learn about these financing opportunities? Well, here in this region, we work with Visión Amazonía. We're actually working on a specific project for natural heritage, whereby we will establish nearly 2,000 hectares for sustainable cattle ranching projects. This will focus not only on silvopastoral systems, but also pastures, prairies. I would recommend that they approach Visión Amazonía. There is a team that represents Visión Amazonía in each and every one of the Amazon region's departments. And another option to access credits and loans, they can do so either through FINAGRO or the Ministry of Agriculture. We will be happy to share the information, to provide advising, so that these communities can access the credits and loans. In addition to that, the FAO is running a series of training programs to small-scale producers. The idea is to help producers have all the instruments they need to be able to access these loans.
Y pues quería darle la palabra a cada uno
Veronica
de ustedes.
speaking. Thank you so much.
¿Quiere dar algún mensaje a modo
I'd
de
like to now give each one of you the floor if you want to give us any final remarks, any final thoughts. Elizabeth, Nelson, and Pedro Jose. If there are any final remarks you'd like to give, you have the floor.
¿Quieres comenzar? ¿Tienes algún mensaje final para comunicarle
Would
a
you
todos?
like to begin, Pedro Jose, if there are any final ideas that you'd like to leave us with?
No sé si le está pasando la señal porque veo que su cámara se congeló.
I'm not sure that he's getting any signal because he's frozen. Elizabeth?
Pero antes de la conclusión,
Sure. But before the conclusion, I'd like to talk about what you asked Nelson. I think you should look at our webpage. We will be issuing calls for submissions for projects related to conservation and restoration in different areas in the country. Some are quite targeted already, like the FPCA, but then there are others that are more wide-ranging. So keep an eye out for our webpage. As a conclusion, I would say that regarding the opportunities, things are happening. But we need this type of opportunity to come together, to talk about initiatives, to talk about projects, to talk about possibilities. See where we can add and not duplicate efforts. We need to act now. We are not alone, but together we can truly bring about transformation. There are clear policies, clear goals, and that's where we're headed. So work locally and think nationally and globally. I would simply add that the ministry has been promoting the different groups that work on production projects in Caquetá, Guaviare, and a few other departments. We call these mesas productivas. And what they do is they seek to foster partnerships between producers and buyers, getting rid of the middleman so that producers can access more markets that offer better prices for them. So I would simply invite them to keep an eye out for the calls for submission and the different information notices issued by the ministry. We are keen to help the communities, to have the communities join us, and to have all of us understand that there are alternatives to using the forest beyond simply logging. There are many countries, Brazil, for example, that has a number of medicinal products and food products that come from the Amazon region. And we're not taking advantage of those possibilities in Colombia. So again, we invite all different institutions represented here and all those that work in this regard to join us in these efforts. Thank you, Nelson. I don't see Pedro Jose on screen. Please let me know if he were to join us again. I, again, want to thank you and Pedro Jose, even though we have lost them, for joining us. It was very valuable to learn about your experiences and your perspectives regarding forest conservation. I'm simply going to summarize a few things that I have jotted down. We talked about different alternatives, the importance of working on legal and regulatory frameworks, of working with civil society and having the process be inclusive, the importance of partnerships with the multilateral sector, the financial sector, and government, so that we may all, as Elizabeth said, come together and add up. There's the importance also of intersectorial work. Different sectors need to come together also in this endeavor for sustainable development. And we also talked about some of the positive changes that your organizations have seen and lived through. How you have demonstrated that these alternatives can be profitable from a financial perspective and can be launched and rolled out. And Pedro Jose talked about the work with communities, the work with all age ranges, with women, with youth, the changes in forest cover, as Elizabeth mentioned, as well as capacity building. As Nelson, you talked about the forest working group in Santander and its positive change over time, the need to connect to forests, to build and to foster that linkage over time, that bridge with our forests, like Visión Amazonía. A new view on the territory, the importance of conservation agreements, and the new conservation culture as for measuring the impact and how to do so. You talked about how important it is to have strategic indicators at the technical level, at the organization level, and at the program level. You talked about using international standards, for example, the RED platform.
Y Elizabeth, nos comentaste sobre el ejemplo de Cocomasur.
Elizabeth, you talked about the Cocomasur example and how they have indicators, specific indicators at the watershed level, and how you were able to have a strategic indicator on what was being done. We also talked about the importance of ex post assessments, the new conservation figures that may be configured in territories. And you talked about the importance of exchanging experiences. And lastly, we talked about how these alternatives can be sustained over time. In this regard, we talked about capacity building with our youth and other stakeholders, but especially younger populations, that they can continue to consolidate a sustainable view of the territory. Like Pedro Jose mentioned, the worldview in his region and how it has been passed on from one generation to the next. You talked also about striking a balance between conservation and production, and you also mentioned the need to run pilot programs. Lastly, none of this is possible without the necessary resources from a financial perspective, human perspective, social perspective, and political perspective. Everything that is required for all the parts to fall into place and to work together. So again, thank you all for joining us, for participating to our panelists, and thank you for inviting us as the Embassy of the United Kingdom. We are highly committed on the fight against deforestation in Colombia, and we always look for ways on how to support the Colombian government and different stakeholders in this fight against deforestation. I was very pleased to join you this morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. With this, I yield to Angie. Angie speaking. Thank you, Veronica. Yes, this was indeed a wonderful panel to have as a last panel. Thank you, Veronica, for the summary you have provided, which has given us the conclusions of this last panel. But we would not want to leave you without before listening from Gerson Gonzalez. He is going to be giving us some ideas, reflections, and takeaways after this 5th annual national seminar on monitoring and coverage of forests in Colombia. This is Gerson speaking on behalf of the team. We want to thank the technical and logistical support afforded by each one of the entities that have been with us today. Thank you to Visión Amazonía, to IDEAM, to FAO, representatives of Norway, Peru, the UK, and Germany, especially the technical team on IDEAM's side. Also, the International Cooperation Office, Citizens Affairs Office, and others. For these 3 days, we have been working hard on ensuring the ability to communicate so many aspects related to forest cover monitoring. This allowed us to know much more and learn much more about our forest cover in Colombia. We have learned about...
Pero te estamos escuchando muy bajito, entonces, ¿será que nos puedes hablar un poquitico más duro, porfa?
De acuerdo, de acuerdo.
Ahí está perfecto.
Listo. Este seminario nos permitió continuar abriendo puertas al conocimiento.
Thanks to the seminar, we were able to learn more about our forest cover. We were able to learn about how monitoring is moving forward, and we were able to compare our local efforts with efforts in other parts in the world. We identified how important systematic monitoring is, how important it is to continue validating different technical verification processes. In that regard, we were able to contribute and understand the dynamics that affect the forest. We're able to highlight how important it is to generate and to ensure accessibility to robust information. With this, we were able to understand a different idea of the forest. Firsthand, we learned about community initiatives over these 3 days. First, we learned about how to monitor the forest as a community to ensure that the technical information that sometimes seems hard to collect and to understand, how communities are already lifting or collecting that information and understanding it, and how this is important for the implementation of a national forest inventory, which requires efforts across the country, and to understand how they learn more. Lastly, this is quite recent, we looked at how there are strategic actors for the implementation of different strategies regarding forest conservation.
Desarrollan las políticas. Debemos remarcar y resaltar en nuestras conclusiones del primer día que el monitoreo de los bosques.
We need to highlight that monitoring has allowed to see changes in the last 10 years. We now have yearly and quarterly figures through semi-automatic tools, evaluation, follow-up. Similarly, we see how it is still important to use the technology. In this case, the information provided by NICFI, how we can generate new spaces of information to make it available at the local level that contribute to things that we have talked about from IDEAM and Ministry of Environment. In this process of knowledge, how these local knowledge system can contribute to generate information and validate the technological information that we have developed. And also, it is important to strengthen the community knowledge on monitoring. We saw the opportunity to compare the experience of our country with neighboring country. This has shown how our different systems, like the monitoring system and the participative community system, must be shared with other countries and compared with them. Finally, We have been able to look at the lesson learned from the last 10 years. And these 10 years of lesson learned can be implemented in the area of policies, strategy, leadership, so that our information will have an impact on policies and on territorial management. So we see that there are challenges in terms of strengthening our existing mechanism. On the second day, we talked about the National Forest Inventory. On the second day, we were able to look at the different aspects of development at national and local level, and we realized how we can work on inventory at local level that finally translates into important decision. 48% of the national inventory has been developed so far. We've faced challenges. We have to review things, something that we thought was only of the national and central level. We realized that belonged also to the local level. And so this was evident throughout the presentation. It's also important to highlight the fact that this has to be translated into policies to take advantage of the forest in a sustainable way. So the Ministry of Environment, using the input from Research Institute, can plan policies and strategies. There also was a panel with territorial experiences. We were able to see how each part of Colombia translates into different scenarios. The forest inventory has had to reflect the diversity of each and every part of our country. We need to strengthen the technical capacity. We were able to see four also technical institutions comparing one another and sharing information. These processes are important only if they can be conveyed to the local communities. In these regional integration scenarios allow us to understand how communities can take advantage of all the work of research done at university level so that they can improve their knowledge and give their input for the overall inventory system so that we can use their information for decision making mechanisms. Then how can we receive information from the data that comes from different inventory? So we have been able to exchange knowledge and data and realize that the inventory is something that is dynamic. The most important challenge is to conclude the inventory and even think about a second implementation of the forest a national inventory. The participants have asked us to have a second version of the inventory when we are still working on the first version. So that gives you an idea of the challenge we have. Also, how can we use in a sustainable way the forest? Veronica summarized what we said during the morning. Communities that are empowered with knowledge and that need the help of the different organization that have opened the door to new areas of knowledge. It's also important to highlight the coordination. Coordination is key in order not to duplicate efforts and allow the community to grow. Communication, dialogue, building trust across people who understand the territory in different ways with the common purpose of sustainable exploitation. The change we want to change from an individual concept of a forest to a global understanding, and this will allow us to keep the forest conservation. We should not forget the exploitation, but we need to improve the life in the rural area. Also, dialogue. Dialogue is key. Alliances, joining effort, assessing positive change, and making decisions that can review and readdress the mistakes we may make along the way. Also, we need to assess changes, strengthen youth process, consolidate the cosmovision of the territory. I think that we have briefly summarized the 3 days, and we can close these events always aware of the challenge we still face and all the knowledge that has been shared during these 3 days is something that can be used to love the forest and keep the forest in a sustainable way. We thank the program Vision Amazonia, the Embassy of Norway in Colombia, UK, German Cooperation, NICFI, IDEAM, the technical team from the General Director to the people who have organized these events. Please take care of yourself and hopefully knowledge and research will be the basis of our work. Thank you very much. It is now 3 p.m. We are closing this seminar. This is the 5th version of the yearly seminar on forest cover monitoring. 3 days loaded with science, knowledge, experiences from communities, scientists, questions, and input from many areas. Yes, Juan Pablo, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank again all the people that joined us from Colombia and abroad. And also the people who joined us from remote communities in our country. The memoirs of this seminar will be sent to the email that you have registered at the moment of joining this seminar. You can also watch many of the presentation at on our YouTube channel. Yes, Juan Pablo, it was a pleasure to be with you during these 3 days of the 5th seminar on forest cover monitoring Colombia. It's been a pleasure to share with you, Juan Pablo, the presentation of this seminar, the moderation of this seminar. We hope to do so soon in person. Likewise, thank you. Likewise, Angie.